Test 1, 2.
Test 1, 2.
Here, look at me. Good, that's it. Stay there, and smile. Good, stay there. Good, looking here, looking here.
Three. Good.
Stand up.
Get it. Stand up.
Thank you, last one. 1, 2. Now put it down. Good, stay there. 1, 2, and 1, 2. 2, and thank you.
Yes. Closed session before, or open session before closed session is now in order. City Clerk, can you read the items?
We'll do a roll call first.
Oh, okay.
Councilmember Bonner,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda. He is in the chambers, and Mayor Martinez.
Here. Now you can read the items.
During closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Item C1 is Public Employee Performance Evaluation, Title City Clerk. Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation, 1 case, that's item C2. Item C3, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation, Winehaven versus City of Richmond, Giddyville Rancheria of California et al. Versus United States of America et al. And North Coast Rivers Alliance et al. / Point Melody Alliance et al. Versus City of Richmond. Under C4, Conference with Real Property Negotiators. First property is located at 1324 Canal Boulevard, General Warehouse, Port of Richmond. Agency negotiators are Dave Alshire, Lizette Zepeda, and Nanette Beecham. Negotiating parties, Richmond Grown. Under negotiation are the price and terms of payment. Second property located at Metro Walk Phase 2 at Richmond Transit Village. Agency negotiators, Nanette Beecham, Lena Velasco. Negotiating parties, Pacific West Builders, Inc., San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District. Under negotiation, price and terms of payment, 11th Amendment Disposition and Development Agreement. Under item C5, Conference with Legal Counsel, Workers' Compensation. The first item has been withdrawn. That's the Police Department claimant employee. The second item is claimant employee, Fire Department, 3 claims, 150000124, City of Richmond, 170000099, City of Richmond, 2000053, City of Richmond.
All right, do we have any public comments?
Sabrina, do we have anyone requesting to address the council?
No, we do not.
All right, in that case, we will adjourn to closed session.
Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. 1, 2.
Hey there, Richard. This is Craig, just checking in, making sure you hear me.
Can you repeat that?
Richard, this is Craig.
Oh, hold on a
I'm-
second. Hold on a second. I got it.
Yep, just checking in, make sure you can hear me. This is Craig.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, thanks much.
We see you, Winifred. Winifred, can you hear me?
session for Housing Authority, correct? Let's see. Yes, special meeting of the Richmond City Council. Okay, so Pledge of Allegiance. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call.
Councilmember Banner,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Robinson, Councilmember Willis,
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda is absent for roll call, and Mayor Martinez.
Here.
And let the record show Councilmember Zepeda is present.
All right, next item.
Next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any?
Are there any? Hearing none, next item.
Next item is agenda review.
Since we only have one item, I suppose that there's none. Shall we move on to item K?
Item K1 under budget session is to review the fiscal year 2022 through 2023 mid-year budget, which includes proposed budget adjustments, increasing general fund revenues by by $8,460,793 and expenditures by $7,926,484 and increasing non-general fund revenues by $4,350,887 and expenditures by $1,530,472 and adopt a resolution for fiscal year 2022-23 mid-year budget adjustments listed in attachment 2.
All right, city staff.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council. Thank you for allowing us to present to you this evening regarding the mid-year budget. I would like to acknowledge all the city staff that are in the council chambers from various departments throughout the city that are involved with the budget process. So every department and division is represented by their key budget staff that are involved with the budget process. This is a very lengthy and involved process that staff undertake for mid-year as well as we're also commenced fiscal year 23-24. So our objective this evening is respectfully, we are requesting that the City Council approve the mid-year budget. We have 3 options that we'd like you to consider. We're also open to the pleasure of the council pertaining to what option you prefer. And we can certainly, if desired, come back at a later time. But our objective is this evening to pass mid-year so we can focus on 23-24. We're planning to host community meetings in April and come to you in May with a draft budget. So next slide, please. Our top priority continues to be our friends, the state auditors, and getting off what I call their naughty list. We want to, I feel like the city has done, council has given us great guidance and the city staff have worked very diligently to address many of the concerns raised by the state auditor. We're full speed ahead on working on the 11 items in our corrective action plan. And we will come back to you in May with an update on our corrective action plan, which will help continue to inform the City Council's guiding fiscal policies and implementation over the next, what we think will likely be another 2 years at minimum. Next slide. And with that, I will hand it off to Nikki, Deputy City Manager over Internal Services.
Thank you. This slide is the adopted budgeted revenue in June of 2022 for $206,632,241. Your big categories are sales and use tax, utility users tax, and property tax. Next slide. This is your budget expenditures for June of 2022. Large items here are your salaries at 78.7 million and the benefits at 66.9 million. Next slide. This is a graphical representation of the expenditures by department. Public safety comprises about 52% of your budget and public works is 15%. Next slide. I will hand it off to Antonio.
Good afternoon, Antonio Banderas by Health Department. So here we're looking at the mid-year actuals to budget. So through period 6, revenues were at 95.5 million, which corresponds to about 46.2% of the budget amount. It's actually pretty good compared to previous years, usually around 44%. So we're trending higher on the revenue side. Right. On the expenditure side, we're at close to 85 million, which without including encumbrances is about 41%. Typically without encumbrances, we're a little bit closer to 50%, about 49%. With encumbrances, we're a little bit under 45%, again, trending below the budgeted amount, which is another good sign that we'll meet the budget amounts. Right. Here we have some of the revenue mid-year adjustments. The two big ones are property taxes and operating transfers in. And both those categories are going up primarily from the AV assessed valuation being higher than the original forecast and the successor agency pass-throughs in both items trending higher. Other items of note is the UUT going up by about $900,000 and the other taxes by about $800,000. For the other taxes, mostly an adjustment to documentary transfer tax. This adjustment follows the calculation of the guiding fiscal policies formula. Net increase for general fund revenues, the request is $8.5 million.
Next slide is the general fund mid-year expenditure adjustments. On this slide, I will concentrate on about 4 big items. 1.4 million is to pay off the 1999 bond. Another $300,000 item is to upgrade the security access system to your network. $291,499 is for overtime for the Fire Academy cadets. And $241,550 is for the Mark 43 Fire CAD upgrade and hardware costs. Next slide, please. To continue with the mid-year expenditure adjustments. On this slide, $265,000 is for the Emergency Operations Center equipment upgrade. And we have about 4.5 million that we have some upcoming options for you on the upcoming slide. Next slide, please. Your total general fund mid-year expenditures is $7,926,484. Next slide. We have some options for council. Option A, risk reserve at $2.5 million and citywide paving, sidewalks, and traffic calming at $2 million. Option B, remote meetings for committees and boards at $400,000, citywide sidewalk repair at $3.1 million, risk reserve at $850,000, and the storm costs at $150,000. Option C, risk reserve at $2.2 million and city council preference at $2.3 million. Next slide, please. With all the adjustments, your original budget was $206,632,248. With all adjustments in, it'll be $215,103,040. Next slide. Next 2 slides. This is a revenue slide, a graphical representation. Your increase from your original budget to the 215 million is about 4% for both revenue and expense. So these are each of the categories. It may not look like much of an adjustment because it really isn't that much of an adjustment. So that's the revenue, and next slide is the expense. You have the original, the revised, and the proposed. I will now hand it off to Mubin for non-general fund.
Great. Thank you so much, Nikki. This is Mubin from Finance Department, and this is actually a representation of a non-general fund budget to actuals, year-to-date actuals as of December. Original budget was $199.9 million, and the year-to-date actuals are $86.5 million. And the mid-year adjustments add up to $4.3 million. and total revenue budget comes up to $214 million. So we have rolled up these by the fund types. There is an attachment 5, the non-general fund totals by fund and the category. We encourage you to look at that for the details. And if there are any questions, please do let us know, even though we have explained all these adjustments by fund, by type in that report in detail. And this is the non-general fund expenditures. The original budget was $31.7 million. And the mid-year adjustments add up to $1.5 million. And the total expenditure budget for all the non-general fund categories is $303.7 million. Again, there is an attachment 5, which has all these details behind all these numbers and explanation for all these adjustments. And we're happy to answer any follow-up questions. And
I will now hand it over to Robert from Public Works.
While Public Works is coming up to discuss the reimbursements for Fund 1054, which were requested when we last discussed this item, the slide before you has some items that we're identifying for consideration as we move into next fiscal year. If you can put the slide back up. Previous one. You can see here that we are trying to identify additional resources to improve our paving index. You may recall that our Public Works Director has indicated to maintain and improve our paving index, we should be spending about $34 million annually. We have set aside nearly $15 million so far, $10 million from a grant and other funds for ARPA. But in order to have a fully renovated library, we need to identify another $15 million in order to have a first-rate community space on par with the rest of Civic Center. And I know that's something a lot of the council members are interested in doing. The $1.5 million is an unknown, so that's just a placeholder at this time, and pertaining to Measure U. And Terminal 1 costs also, the $5 million there is a placeholder until those costs are finalized. So we hope when we come back in May, we'll be able to fine tune these numbers, but at this juncture, there's about $36.5 million. Not including all of the street safety items, which are about $25 million in terms of requests for street safety. Public Works is working to categorize those and bring those back to you for consideration in early May. And so with that, we have our Public Works staff here to provide an update on their grants reimbursement plan. I want to thank them for rolling up their sleeves as they've recently joined the city team and have really stepped in and made a lot of improvements in a very short period of time. Robert?
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of City Council. For the record, my name is Robert Armijo, Deputy Director of Public Works and City Engineer. As requested, staff was tasked to explain Public Works Department's plans to get caught up on grant reimbursements. There's been several reasons why Public Works has been behind on that. Staff turnover. Staff was moving very fast on these projects in order to capture the opportunities that arose with the grants. And there's just a lot of workload. So we did develop a plan to get caught up on reimbursements, as I mentioned, for our grant fund. And you can see on this slide the various steps that we intend to take in order to do this catch up. So we have already implemented the first step, which is to form a team. You can see in the slide who comprises the team of the catch up plan. We are currently in the process of gathering all the information that we need that will be required for us to get caught up. This includes various tasks, and you can read on the slide what those are, but we need a complete scope of work in order to get all these reimbursements put together. And in short, Public Works needs to seek the reimbursement for 12 projects, which comprises a currently estimated amount of $5.4 million. Some of the information needs are listed on that slide. Over the summer, staff will be sending out reimbursement requests. And finally, over the fall, staff will be monitoring all these reimbursement requests and to ensure that they come in, and we expect that to happen again in the fall. So next slide. As we mentioned before, there are 12 projects which we've identified that we need to seek reimbursement for work that's already been done. And that is, again, we estimate that currently to be about $5.4 million. You'll notice that over half of this pending reimbursement is for one project and over 2 grants. And that's comprises about $3 million of the reimbursement. And this is for the Yellow Brick Road project. Next slide. This bar graph that we're showing you now can help you to understand the relative size of the reimbursements across the 12 different projects that I was referring to. Next slide. This last slide, and we'll conclude my presentation, but it does show the progress that we've made in seeking reimbursements across those 12 different grants. So you can see how much reimbursement we've sought already for those various projects. And that concludes my slide. And I do have with me Joseph Munoz, who is our capital improvement program manager, who can also help answer any detailed questions that you might have. And then, of course, I and Daniel will be around to answer any questions too.
So Mayor, if we welcome the opportunity to take questions from the council as well as public comment.
Gail, Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a question. I just want to jump right to the options that we've been that have been outlined for us. And option A is has the traffic calming options or availability in it in terms of the funding. Option B has sidewalks, very important, and ADA accessibility and such, very important as well. So I questioned this earlier because I know at our last meeting, I think we had traffic calming. Well, maybe it was option A, but I was very glad to see that traffic calming was one of the options. Thank you for putting it up there. But at the same time, I see the option B as having a lot of benefits overall from we did talk at the last meeting about wanting to get hybrid meetings available for commissions and committees, et cetera. And also some risk reserve and now, all the storm related costs that we've had. So I do like option B. I do want to state though that I think it was in an email with Director Chavarria as well as the city manager that because I raised this issue about the traffic calming, and we had allocated 1.2 million, I think it was last summer or last fall, for traffic calming. And there was the issue of priorities. And we know that there are some priorities that you gave us, but also that you have a methodology that you employ and such. And there was, while we were discussing this, I was bringing it to the attention of staff that there was a woman who was hit on Carlson Avenue. It turned out to be the very small section of Carlson that's El Cerrito jurisdiction, but Carlson as a whole is a very serious traffic safety street, where I've gotten so many community members making complaints about we need to slow down the traffic on Carlson. So I expressed this to Director Chavarria, and I know you said that that you'll bring for the council to review some temporary projects. I think I was initially calling them interim. How could we do something? We know we need some big money tickets to solve all the traffic safety issues in the city, but could there be some interim issues? But I think temporary is probably a better word because it says, hey, we don't expect this to be the final solution. So could you tell me, would those temporary solution projects be coming to council, and would the source of funding be that 1.2 million, or, is that something that we should consider through these options? Yeah, if you could answer. Thank you, Director Chavarria.
The 1 point as it is right now, before you make a decision, the $1.2 million definitely will, for any temporary solutions, we will have to use that funding to implement.
So will you be bringing back to us some which projects you will be implementing with temporary solutions?
Yes, that's an analysis that our staff is doing, and we expect to have a proposal for you the next couple of months, I would say. And but everything will move also with the decision that you make tonight.
Okay, so in other words, if we went without including any traffic safety in our options for this mid-year surplus, we still have that 1.2 and some temporary solutions to help this extreme traffic safety problems that we have in various parts of the city will be coming back. So we don't need to worry about putting some of that in through this mid-year budget surplus.
Let me see if I understand the question correctly. The $1.2 million is what we have right now. But when we come back for the next fiscal year that starts on July 1st, there's going to be another request for the next fiscal year. And because the list is long and keeps growing. So it's not that we stop at the $1.2 million. We will come and present to the city council what will be the next phase for next fiscal year. If this $1.2 million, it takes us, we're going to do as many projects as we can, but the next round will have other fundings, of course.
Right. So just when you say 1 or 2 months, here we are in March. So April or May, that's before the new fiscal year, you'll be coming back with some uses for at least some of that 1.2 million.
Correct.
Okay, thank you so much. That's what I was wanting to hear.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Hello, I just wanted to say first, thank you to the staff and particularly to the finance staff for doing this really mid-year review and work a lot. As the city manager said before, we used not to have all these analysis or this discussion for the mid-year review and city council before we're approving it without that much discussion. And now we are in this discussion. So I really appreciate the time and the effort that is staff, and particular is finance staff here, Antonio and Mubin, thank you for being here, and Delmi, who I don't know if she's here, but I just wanted to say how appreciative I am of this. And it's again, for the public works to trying to address some of the issues and concerns that I had brought to the public in terms of the negative fund balance. And so my question, so I wanted to say that even though we are discussing here different auctions for $4.5 million plus, the revenue, the plus revenue that we are deciding here is $8 million for $8.4 million. So, and some of that money was already allocated by council action, and some of that money is $2.5 plus million that is allocated, but the rest we are deciding tonight here. So in that sense, I have some questions about attachment 2, where is what the several of the departments are asking for. And then I have a question about the engineering funding 1054 and around the negative fund balance, just to get some clarification. Thank you for the information. And then other comments about the auction that are presented here. So my questions are number 18, and I think I sent this to city manager before, is we are paying for co-enforcement over time, and I just wondering if hiring more co-enforcements will avoid that. What will be the actions like that we can see in, maybe it's not in this year, in this mid-year, but for the next fiscal year around co-enforcement, so we can avoid this overtime that we are allocating here to pay for. And
we can certainly evaluate that for the council for fiscal year 23-24, but we wanted to make sure that for the current fiscal year, based on the current staffing we have, and the enforcement requests that we're receiving from residents, that we provided an opportunity for code enforcement to work overtime and that we budgeted for it. So that's the request this evening, is for you to, we want to make sure that we've budgeted for overtime for code enforcement to assist in meeting the needs of the community. And we can certainly evaluate positions for fiscal year 23-24.
Okay, thank you. Number 20, professional service, Mark 43 fire cat. Could you explain the necessity of the upgrade?
For that item, I'm going to ask the Deputy Chief Rosario to please join us and explain more about Mark 43.
And it's $241,000. So, and again, I am going over this because this is the money that we are allocating to several departments. And I just want some clarification on this. Thank you.
Good evening, Councilmember Jimenez. Aaron Osorio, Deputy Fire Chief of the Fire Department. So the main purpose of that upgrade is it's going to improve the dispatching of fire engines within the city. Currently, we are not tracked by GPS. We go by an older style system, which is based on districting. And that doesn't guarantee that the closest fire engine, when you call 911, is responding, because there's predetermined districts. So it's really going to be a technology upgrade and get us up to industry standards when it comes to how units are dispatched to emergencies. So the positive outcomes would be an improvement in response times to residents who call for 911. It also will allow for more accurate data tracking, because now we would have a mobile data terminal within our apparatus where we would push a button that says we arrived on scene or that we were going en route, and that's instantly put into the database. Right now, it requires the human input in the dispatch center, and when the dispatchers get really busy, sometimes those times are not as accurate because they're also taking 911 calls. So it takes some of the workload off of the dispatcher, and it improves the accuracy of our data tracking. There's also a whole suite of data tracking that comes with this upgrade that can be accessible later on to just track different metrics when it comes to response and performance by both the dispatch center and the fire department.
Okay, thank you so much for the explanation. Two more things around the attachment 2, and then I will go with the negative funds. So for me, one of the goal is that we can have more hours for the recreation centers be open during the weekends and the library to be open during the weekends. So my questions, for instance, there is number 26. I am unclear how changing position support changes CSD and recreation division. And if that gets to a point where we are going to have the staffing that is required to really provide more hours for our recreations facilities to be open for our youth during the weekends.
Deputy City Manager LaShonda White is here to answer those questions related to community services.
And I can add to that question about you are also putting some in the position list, adding some more librarians. So I wanted to also add if this is the right staffing to make sure that when we have the library, we can have weekends, the library, open the library on weekends. Thank you.
So our current request for mid-year for the library does not come at any cost at mid-year for the additional positions we're asking for. So we are asking for a reclassification of a current vacant position from administrative librarian to a head of reference, asking for an additional librarian 1-2, and asking for 2 additional library assistant 1-2s. Those positions will get us to be able to be open on Saturdays at the main branch, at the main library. And we are also, might also be asking for some additional, few additional positions for next fiscal year to provide additional layer between administrative and librarian staff so that there's more supervision and the span of control is less, so that we also can open more hours at our branches. We have not opened at our branches on weekends in a very long time, and so we want to be able to do that. So yes, the answer is yes. That is our goal. Everyone wants to open on Saturdays, and so we are excited to be able to do that with this additional staffing. For recreation, this request will not, that's in mid-year, will not get us to open on Saturdays. We have had a conversation internally about what that would take. So we're gonna need additional positions to be able to do that. I do have Rajna Maharaj and Hope Littell here if there's additional questions about that, but we're looking at a few additional staffing positions that are part-time to help us open at the rec complex at least on Saturdays, and that will come to you for fiscal year 23-24. But we're planning for that right now.
Oh, awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And so then 1054, we were talking about these 5.4 million that it was based on the information that we got from the staff, that was kind of a negative funds, but you are explaining here that won't be negative funds, or I just want to understand how we are going to clear these negative funds that we have in the 1054 fund.
So Councilmember Jimenez, if I can just start,
Yeah.
what I think is important for the city council to understand is whenever we enter into a grant, there's going to be a lag time between when the funds are expended and then when we get our reimbursement. So we have to have enough money to float that time period without, our goal is to not to be able to do that float without entering into a trans, which is basically a short-term loan, which is what the city used to do in previous years. So we're not in a position where we're seeking those short-term loans, but it is going to take time for us to cure this negative fund balance. So we will continue to have conversations internally and monitor how we're doing with the reimbursements, but there probably is going to be some period of time where where the city is floating these reimbursements before we get reimbursed. And so for full transparency, I think that's something that when we have these larger grant awards, we have to be very cognizant of, is we have to have the cash to float between the payments and the reimbursement. And right now, what I saw from staff in the earlier slides, which we may need to go back to, is that they think by next fall, they'll be, this upcoming fall, that they'll be caught up.
Okay. Yeah, so for me, it's important to have more information about that because one of the things that the state audit was saying it was around this negative fund balance. And I wanted to say, like, since 2010, at least $36.5 million in general fund has been used to subsidize negative funds balance in the cost recovery in the funds 1050, 1051, and 1053. And the idea is that this cost recovery, we don't gain anything, but also we don't lose anything, that at the end of the day is zero. So we need to make, like, one thing that we need to, I would love to see is a plan for how we are going to address the negative funds balance. So we also get a plan for getting out of the state audit and improve in terms of the finances. So I think, and these, I got these from the information that you sent about all the negative funds in the spreadsheet, Excel sheet. So I just wanted to just kind of like reiterate that we need to have city staff to have a plan for how we are going to deal with this negative fund balance. So moving along, so I get my colleagues time for talking. So then we have the auction for the $4 million or 4.5. And as I agree with Councilmember McLaughlin that option B is one that it can be a good way to go. The only thing that I have is the risk reserve. I think as I was talking about the negative funds balance, we need to have a more detail about what the risk reserve is and like how we go from what we have right now to 80%, and I have a plan, like a 5-year plan, before we just put money there, where we are just putting money into this reserve when there is so many other needs in our community. So I won't feel good about putting any money in this reserve before we really go in a plan, like before we have more information about how much we have, how much we had before, what happened, and just kind of like a more detailed information about that. So I will be.
Excuse me. Now's the time for questions. After we have public comments, then we can have the discussion.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so,
thank you.
So are there any more questions? Yes, Councilmember Cepeda.
My fingers made my QB smaller. Good thing I can fit in here. Sorry. Can you provide the time frame? So for option B, for example, repairing the sidewalks and ADA access, are we looking to get it completed by June?
That would be great, but honestly, it depends, whatever the council passes this evening for any of the options related to built environment improvements. So whether that's streets or traffic calming or paving, it all is going to depend on the availability of the contractors. And what will happen is those funds we'll try to expend what Public Works can as prudently as possible, but then they will roll over to the 5-year capital improvement budget. And so then next fiscal year, the work will continue.
Okay, and then will we be able to get, not to add more work for you, but maybe a plan of a time frame so we kind of know what's coming?
Yes, once we know how the council wants to allocate the money, yes, we can share that with you all once we have policy direction.
Thank you. And then my other question here, storm-related cost under option B. Is there a way to get feds or state to maybe help us as emergency funds?
Deputy Chief Rosario, do you have a moment? Can you talk briefly about the reimbursement request that you've submitted? Either one's fine, please.
Sorry. Yeah, so as related to the storm reimbursement for the January incidents, along with the Seaview incident, we're already in the process with FEMA and Cal OES for reimbursements. Obviously, nothing is guaranteed until we get through this process. I've already attended 3 meetings and got the process started. We have a follow-up meeting this Thursday where we start providing some documentation. So we're working on it. We're in a good position, but nothing's guaranteed till we get to the end of the process. But that just covers any city costs that we spent from January 3rd with the proclamation until the January 28th date that the state had the emergency.
And
So I really want to commend staff for working in an interdepartmental manner on this effort and to try to recoup as much as we can. But FEMA is always a very long and lengthy process. So the reason that there's $150,000 here, even though we know it's greater, is to just start our process of trying to make accommodations for those expenditures.
thank you. So the storm-related cost item here does not include the tree that fell just the other day down any street or any of the other storm-related issues happening.
250 to 300,000 right now is where the current estimate
Okay.
for expenditures thus far.
And can we get some of that from the feds to help us out or the state?
We'll see if that's viable, but some of these things also are related to, we have to have schedules and perform maintenance. And so Public Works is working on developing schedules and maintenance.
Okay, thank you. No more questions for now. Thank you so much for the work.
Councilmember Bonner. I know, but you had. Excuse me, I really appreciate you looking out for other people, but I've been watching both sides.
Thank you very much. I'll go first. Thank you. So my question is, under option B, a city-wide sidewalk repairs, ADA access improvements. I wonder if you could add to that some fire trail access improvements. I'm sure the cost is between 50,000 to 100,000, but we have identified fire trails that are not accessible. They're blocked by permanent fences. I think it's a very important public safety issue. I would appreciate it if the council could agree to adding that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, once again, this is time for questions, not comments. Comments can come after public comments. Councilmember Robinson.
With the pending reimbursements, do you foresee any of these not being reimbursed for some kind of issue that can't be remedied? Or do you need anything to make sure that these reimbursements happen?
I think it would be premature for us to say yet. We're in the process of pulling all the backup material since there has been a transition in staff. And so I think we can report back in the next 4 to 6 weeks. We can send an email to the council and let you know if we're running into any particular hiccups. But all of the grants do have very stringent reporting requirements. And so that's why it's important that we bring this forward now, letting you know that there's this 5.4 million that staff is currently working on. And it's not likely that it's going to come in, if you saw the timeline that they provided, until next fiscal year. So then that will be an item that we have to take under advisement moving into next fiscal year, because we're going to need to continue to float that negative fund balance.
Any other questions? Councilmember Willis.
Thank you. My questions actually relates to the library item. A couple quick questions. Weren't we approved for a grant recently to renovate the library, and how much was that for?
The grant was for nearly $10 million. And the city council has pledged nearly almost 5 million of ARPA dollars in our pre-development work, trying to look at how do we make the library a first-rate community space. We think that it's really prudent to plan and design for a space that can serve the community long-term. And so we're trying to identify additional resources. And so the bookmark right now would be that we're trying to identify another 15 million to add to the 15 million that we already have set aside for a total of 30 million. The library is nearly 32,000 square feet. It needs to be seismically updated. We want to have state-of-the-art equipment. We want it to be a space for all ages to utilize. And so it will take a significant investment like the one we've done here in the community services building and City Hall to bring it up to the current library standards.
Did you guys happen to discuss like a general benchmark timeline on when do we think we'd be able to raise those funds or just anything in that nature?
Yeah, our plan is we're currently right now putting together the team to work on the library grant implementation to adhere to the grant guidelines. And so we anticipate that work will continue and it will dovetail nicely with next fiscal year. So the city council can make informed policy decision moving into next fiscal year.
All right. And my last question on that is, let's just say ideally we can't get that 15 million to do a state-of-the-art facility rather than just have it sit there. Has there been any conversation around little renovation things we could do now to make the space more friendly and open and adding those amenities that make folks say, yeah, this is where I want to be?
So currently now we have a little bit over 2 years to implement the grant. So we're on a pretty aggressive timeframe as is. And so there's always in our weekly report, you'll see that public works staff is working really hard to address issues that arise in different city spaces. But the current renovation is going to require the library to relocate from its current location. And so that $30 million would include putting them in temporary space, likely potentially in the auditorium and employment and training buildings and all of that logistics. And we want to make sure that if we buy temporary furniture, fixtures, and equipment, that it can be utilized in other community spaces once they occupy the renovated library. So there's a lot of logistics and work that needs to go into that project. And we're really pleased that Wendy has joined the Public Works team, and she's going to be working closely on behalf of the Public Works Department, helping lead that work.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you. I just have one follow-up question, and it's about, I had been hearing about Carson Crosstown connection. And can you explain a little bit where the project is at, how much money is needed to complete the project? This was a project that it was approved by City Council in 2016. And the award was to make Carson Avenue safer for pedestrians and bicyclists with bicycle land, bus shelters. So just kind of like hearing from Councilmember McLaughlin about Carson, I just want to hear more about that project, where it is, because we are looking here to allocate some resources. I just want to hear from you what is up and how much money is needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jimenez. Yes, this project is not completed. It requires additional funding. It's a project that started according to what we have found in 2016. And the amount that we estimate is needed to complete the project is $750,000.
Can you explain what we'll do when we finish that project in Carson? Like what the community will get if we finish that project?
Well, what is missing right now is a lot of striping work that would, in grand part, install bike lanes. And basically it would benefit the bicyclists, pedestrians. And also, we need to install a bus shelters. That part of the bus shelters has a lot of coordination with PG&E. And that would be, in terms of time, the limitation, because some of it is out of our control. Even if we have the funding, the striping work is something that we can control. But the part of the supplying power to these new bus shelters is something that we need to coordinate with PG&E.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up on the library issue. So obviously there's a $30 million project that's facing us, and that, of course, the library needs renovation big time. So I'm glad we're thinking along those lines. So you mentioned that Public Works and other departments, are looking at doing what they can in the meantime. So when you bring us the fiscal year 23-24 budget, can you be sure to outline what is happening, what will happen in the near term? Because there are some heavy needs for the library, as Councilmember Willis was saying, that need to happen as soon as possible. And, of course, with the eye on the big projects. So that would be great. Thank you. I see you nodding, City Manager.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So this hearing is about the mid-year budget. A lot of the questions that have been asked is about the 23-24 budget. How do you see the information from the 23-24 budget and the mid-year budget meshing together? How will that budget inform us in making decisions on the mid-year?
Well, we always keep a checklist of the council inquiries during these meetings, and we track them to make sure that we respond. And so we will have information from this evening's meeting included in the information that you receive in May for fiscal year 23-24. At your next meeting, we will have a discussion about strategic planning, if that's something the city council is interested in doing or not, to help inform the budget process for next year. And so that's how we anticipate moving forward. And we're also, these are things where that staff is bringing forward specifically around the library, where based on my conversations with the council members, there seems to be a lot of alignment and synergy. And so really excited that we have this opportunity, that we have this $10 million grant that we can leverage with additional resources. I think it's really an amazing opportunity, and I'm really excited about it.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess Councilmember Robinson.
So I guess we were talking about Carlson Boulevard, and it's one of the reimbursement grants that are on your list. And, there have been some inquiries lately about whether or not the grant that is funding part of that project is in jeopardy. It's coming to an end and we haven't finished the project. Can you speak to that? Is it in jeopardy? Is that grant in jeopardy?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Robinson. The grant is currently not in jeopardy. We have spent somewhere around $460,000, which we intend to get reimbursement for. Of course, that still needs to be reviewed by the grantor. And we do have a deadline. So there are some due outs for the city to ensure that we get that reimbursement, and it's due. We need to submit our reimbursement by the summer. So there is action that's required, but the granting agency has not threatened to withdraw the funds.
And if we are unable to finish that grant because we don't have the $750,000, will there be any penalty? Can we still be reimbursed for the amount that we've spent?
Ultimately, the decision of whether or not to reimburse us for the cost that we've already have incurred is up to the granting agency. We expect that they should be able to reimburse us for the funds that we've already committed. So the $750,000 isn't necessarily tied to getting reimbursed for the funds that have already been sunk. So.
But if we need another $750,000, we'll come to the city council with that request to move the project forward. But also as the time period lags from when projects start construction until they're completed, there could be additional escalation charges. And so we'd want to bring the council forward the total dollar amount that we would need to complete the project. And I think that's what Public Works is in the process of doing. And so once we have a more final number, when Public Works comes back in May with their presentation, we can outline that and then include that for fiscal year 23-24.
And just one last on the same topic. So you believe you have enough time to get those estimates and come to us before the reimbursement submission deadline for that grant?
I would think so. I believe the reimbursements are due by the end of June. So we do have a couple of months to play with.
All right, any other questions? If not, then we'll go to public comment.
Are there any requests via Zoom to address the council on this item? I do not see any hands raised at this time.
And no one in the audience?
No one in the audience signed up.
Well, then public discussion is closed and we move on to council discussion on the item. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, so I just wanted to see, for me, option B is a good option that is showing like the sidewalks will be, like we improve that, so we could decrease the liability because we have a lot of issues with that. So that will be a show. I think like the only thing that I am concerned about is the money that we are going to put in the risk reserve without a fully analysis that council had been received. We haven't received any analysis that can give us some more information about what exactly, how much is the money, how we are doing it. So I will be amenable that we can, if the council approve that, we, instead of putting the risk reserve, the $850,000, that we put $750,000 to finish the Carson Crosstown connection. So we had that money there, and adding these extra $100,000 that are there to the storm-related costs, since I already heard that it's needed more than that because the storm has been really damaging. So that, and I wanted to say that I want to do that so that Public Works doesn't take money from the pavement or from the street safety that we had already allocated to fund this. And then I think like we can, I will be amenable to also direct staff for fiscal year 23-24 to implement a 5-year plan to increase unfunded liabilities starting in fiscal year 23-24. So I would like to make that motion that we approve option B with the changes to put the $750,000 in the Carson Crosstown connection. So we finish that, and the extra $100,000 in the storm-related costs. So it will be a total of $250,000 plus direct staff for fiscal year 23-24 to implement a 5-year plan to increase unfunded liabilities starting in fiscal year 23-24.
Mayor, can I ask just one clarifying question?
Yes.
So it was to develop a 5-year plan for the city council's consideration to address the unfunded liabilities?
Yes, and to, because you are talking about how we get up to 80%. So it's like, we cannot, like, the idea is how we incrementally doing that. So we can take that, like, we can put that money. Because I think, like, one thing that I want to say is that we here as sitting looking at like how much money we put in reserves and have in the for financial stability, but at the same time we know that our communities are in need of services. So that is kind of like what I want to balance. So then a 5-year plan will give us to the goal without putting us in a position where we are saying no to many services that we would like to provide to the community. Thank you.
Councilmember Bana.
Thank you. Two things. First, I would like to repeat the request that to ADA access, we add fire access. That's the access for fire engines or firefighters, because the fire season may be here in May, definitely June, and it's important to take care of that. And I have a question for you, Mr. Mayor and Ms. Vice Mayor. You have more experience than I do. I think public safety is very important. It should be on top of the agenda, especially pedestrian safety. Nobody should lose their lives for crossing the street. There is a 4-lane street between elementary school and the neighborhood that sends their children to school. No child can cross that street because there is no push button, there is no light, there's not even crossing painted on the street. People have to drive their children across the street. And Public Works says it takes $250,000 to do that. My question is, can we add it to this item or to the next year's item?
Councilmember, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
That was because of how I started out with talking about all the street safety issues on Carlson Avenue. And there's a preschool there that has the same problem where parents want to cross their kids and they're running into all kinds of problems, almost getting hit, all that. But that's why I was asking the director if some temporary solutions could be coming forth. And so I think what you're asking would fit into those temporary solutions that our Public Works Director is going to come back with a list of, and they're here listening. So you could either give us the intersection or you could email them as to where exactly that is, so they know that that is a big concern. But I think it should come out of that 1.2 million that we've already set aside.
Thank you.
Councilmember Robinson.
I think Councilman Jimenez made a motion. I'd like to second that motion.
I just added something to it.
You can't add, you can ask for a friendly amendment. You just can't add things.
Thank you. Friendly amendment, add fire access to that.
Do you accept that friendly amendment?
Like to hear from Public Works Director how if what he's proposing, these 3 millions will be easy with the fire access. And also, like, I don't know, like what are the fire access that is needed in the things that you are talking about?
Can I explain before Public Works explains?
I want the Public Works to hear first and then you can add it. Thank you.
$3.1 million.
Right.
Correct. Well, we need to do analysis, but what it would be more beneficial for staff is to know how much money out of this $3.1 million do you want to dedicate specifically for that, and if it's approved by the city council, that's what we're going to do.
Can I answer that?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's basically a wooden fence permanently blocking fire access. It needs to be replaced by a movable metal gate.
But again, if we can have a specific amount, So how much will you take from this 3.1 million?
Less than 50,000, all those fire access trails, less than 50,000.
If I may, Mayor, the deputy fire chief is here and
Yes.
there's an opportunity also for us to utilize Measure X funding. So can we please invite him to
Sure,
provide an
absolutely.
update on how we can also do that? We want to always try to leverage the county's resources.
Yeah, I showed it actually to our fire chief, but I assume he's out now.
Sorry, Councilmember, could you repeat what you just said?
Sorry, I showed it to our fire marshal. Fire Marshal Govan visited the area and approved all those fire accesses needs to be implemented. But I believe he's on sick leave now.
Yes, but the Measure X project's moving forward countywide. So if you're talking about vegetation management issues, we put a link up on the fire department's website. What's been done under the Measure X umbrella is we're trying to find a way to make it easier for folks to be able to put in project requests. And so it's going into this portal, and it usually takes some notification of your sponsoring agency. So for you, it would be the Richmond Fire Department. And the committee that goes over that will then see if it falls into a priority list for us, if we've identified it as something, because anybody can enter a project in there, but they want to vet it against the fire department for the high risk or, get the most for their money. So that's a great way to be able to have access for vegetation management.
Okay.
I don't believe they will address things such as a fence crossing a fire trail, though.
And
Can I say something? It's important actually regarding Measure X. We are already asked for Measure X and we have other projects in the queue because I know the city of Richmond doesn't have the money. It's like $200,000 to provide access for another community. And I talked to Chief Bachman, who's in charge of Measure X, and said, there's so many we can ask for. It has to be spread around the county. So probably we won't get this one. And fire season nearing, fire access trails are important and urgent. That's why we're asking the city. We cannot wait another year. Nobody knows with this crazy weather where we'll be in a month or two.
Yeah, it's the problem with the countywide measures. We're sharing the funds with all the agencies in the county.
So, Mr. Mayor, I would like to add another or a modified friendly or request a modified friendly amendment. So my modification of Councilmember Banna's motion would be to utilize $50,000 out of that 3.1 million in option B for this access for fire access, unless Measure X can be accessed. So would that be acceptable?
I accept your friendly amendment, Vice Mayor McLaughlin. It's
Okay.
$50,000 unless
Unless Measure X can.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what is the amendment?
So the amendment is to utilize 50,000 from the 3.1 million for sidewalk and ADA access to include fire access. Unless, of course, we can acquire it through Measure X.
Okay. And that was accepted?
And that was accepted.
it was accepted by me.
Okay, so,
And I have one question before we vote to the
Yes.
city manager. I want to say thank you to Councilmember Jimenez and Councilmember Robinson for moving and seconding the motion to include that 750,000 for the Carlson project. Because I forget the name of it, but
before you continue,
Crosstown.
we have to have an agreement by the person who made the second.
Oh,
So,
So if
the
you,
friendly
the
amendment.
friendly amendment, I say yes, but
okay,
Yeah.
now,
Okay, thank you. So I really support for this Carlson Crosstown project, getting that 750,000. So I totally support that. But I do want to ask the city manager, and I like the idea of the 5-year plan to get up to the 80%. But not having any additional money in the risk reserves, does that present a problem for this at this point in time?
I think that when I was trying to clarify the motion, I think that it's very helpful that the city council has directed staff to develop a 5-year plan. And we can include that in our response to the state auditors, which we will submit by May 9th for an update on our corrective action plan. So I appreciate the city council providing that policy direction. And I mean, we still have to wait for the vote here, but I think that's definitely a step in the right direction.
Okay, that's all I want.
So shall we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you. And thank you to all the city staff that are here this evening. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you to all our city staff.
Right. So special meeting is adjourned. And it's now time for the
Mayor,
joint special.
Mayor, do you want to consider a 5-minute recess to let everybody clear out?
I'm sorry?
You want to consider a 5-minute recess so everyone can clear out?
Can the audience continue your conversations in the foyer? Excuse me, we have another item, we have another meeting,
Might have to do a little.
and we would appreciate you stepping outside. Please take your conversations outside.
Jack.
Thank you. Okay, so we are the joint special meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority, Richmond City Council is now in session. Roll call.
Commissioner Bonner,
Here.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Presente.
Vice Chair McLaughlin,
Here.
Commissioner Robinson,
Here.
Commissioner Willis,
Here.
Commissioner Zepeda,
Here.
Chair Martinez,
Here.
and Tenant Commissioner Scott is absent.
He's coming in.
Is there a statement of conflict of interest? Hearing none, we'll move on to the next item.
Item P is a report from the Executive Director.
Good evening, RHA Chair and Board of Commissioners. Just wanted to report as the Executive Director report today that Nevin Plaza has been closed. So we have a new operator there at EH Housing. We'd like to thank you for your leadership on this item, and also every city department I think has been involved at one point with Nevin Plaza. So we're happy that that has occurred. And also we have begun transition meetings with them as staff, and also they have done transition meetings with the tenants. And the second item we wanted to give you an update is that Hacienda, since our last meeting, has been fully occupied. So that's another great accomplishment. And we're looking forward to having a grand opening with the building in June. And that's it for the Executive Director report.
Agenda review. Do we have any changes anyone wants to make? If not, then we'll move on to the next item.
Next item is the consent calendar. We need a motion to approve.
I move the item.
Second.
Is this the consent calendar for the RHA, right? Okay, thank you.
And the second was Vice Chair. Okay. Commissioner Bonner,
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Chair McLaughlin,
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Willis,
Yes. Quick question. Did we ask for public comment?
not for the consent calendar.
Oh,
No one
okay.
pulled anything, so.
Oh, yes. We just
Okay.
had general open forum. Forgive me. Don't listen to me. Bye.
Commissioner
Board
Zepeda?
Commissioners, hello,
Hello?
Your fault.
well, Board Commissioner Scott is here.
Oh, she needs to be present.
Awesome.
Is that correct, Dave? She should be in person. Right.
Yeah, at this point in time, all members are meeting in person.
But there is not like a Brown Act, some amendments that the governor read about people being able to be in person.
This body is meeting in person. So persons are needed to attend in person.
Was the commissioner informed about that?
No, when I was contacted today, I was asked, was I going to go through Zoom? And I said yes, because that's what I'd been using all along. Because I received a call earlier today and asked and that's why I went through Zoom.
I mean, I could coordinate with Commissioner Scott about attending the future meetings and making sure that she's here present in person.
Well, if she was told that it was okay to be on Zoom, we should include her in this meeting.
But who instructed her?
No, what she was told, that the body is meeting in person now. So she can attend the meeting in person or she can't attend.
All right, legal counsel has ruled that she has to come in person. Director Willis.
I mean, there is the possibility if the location that she's at is notified as a public location, there's a notice and people are invited to attend at that location, and she's not able to come to the meeting for various reasons, then that location is okay. But I'm assuming the location she's at was not noticed as a meeting location, and the public was not invited to that location.
Yeah, so I was just going to make the suggestion that somebody reach out to Lieutenant Commissioner Scott and also, if possible, give her the training that we all received at this body and other regional boards and commissions about why we need to meet in person again because the state mandate emergency order is ending. I figured she would have got that already, but just somebody make sure she understands that's why. And it's not because we don't want her to participate. It's because we got to follow the state laws and guidelines now that the emergency orders are over. So
another possibility,
please, yeah.
if she can get down here later in the evening, you could defer this meeting until after your other meeting and hold the meeting later when she's able to physically get here.
I know Commissioner Scott expressed concern today of attending due to the rain and walking over here from Nevin Plaza. But I could coordinate.
And I'm disabled, walking and disabled in the rain.
So I had a previous conversation with Commissioner Scott a few minutes ago mentioning for future meetings that we could coordinate if we need to coordinate a pickup, and also the suggestion that Board Member Willis just made about future training, I think would also be a good thing.
Director Cepeda.
Thank you. Mr. Alshire, and just to clarify, because we're all still learning here on the new laws that have gone into effect. So for the Brown Act, just correct me if I'm wrong here, or if you can give advice here, we could only not attend and not publicize our address twice a year if we call in sick because of COVID.
Under the COVID, there's a limited number of possibilities. We were developing a memo on that to go out to the council and the various commissions, but it's not out yet.
But for now, I am correct, right? So
yes,
we could call in sick. If we're sick, we don't come in due to COVID, but we have to also notify ahead of time that we are going to be using that option, and it's twice a year.
Right. What do you mean?
Thank you for
Yes.
confirming. Just so, again, we're all still learning. And also, there's the bill that's in place right now. They're trying to amend it so that people could still, in commission, still be able to join from home.
Okay, well, shall we move on?
I was in the middle of a vote. Commissioner Zepeda
Yes.
and Chair Martinez.
Yes.
And Tenant Commissioner Scott is absent. The vote is unanimous.
Move on to item S.
Item S, under a joint Richmond Housing Authority and Richmond City Council budget session. Item S1 is to adopt a joint resolution approving the proposed fiscal year 2022-2023 Richmond Housing Authority amended budget adjustments with revised estimated revenues of $4,803,922 and total expenditures of $4,895,044 and approve the increase in the RHA fiscal year 22-23 general fund subsidy amount by $91,122 from $1,261,082 to $1,352,204, which will provide sufficient revenue to match anticipated expenditures and balance the RHA budget to $4,895,044 in estimated revenues and $4,895,044 in estimated expenditures.
Do we have a presentation from staff?
Yes, we do. If KCRT could bring up the presentation. And just wanted to give a little background similar to the city-wide mid-year review. We also have the Richmond Housing Authority review, and also to be very transparent about the Richmond Housing Authority actions in accordance with our FARS agreement. We bring the mid-year and the budget together as a joint meeting of the City Council and the RHA Board of Commissioners. If KCRT could go to the third slide. Thank you, the City Clerk, for reading that motion. I know it was very long. And I was practicing it too today. And so in the third slide where we have the amended budget overview, the main ask today is to amend the budget and increase the RHA subsidy by $91,000, $91,122. And we'll also would like to give you an update on RHA operations. In regards to positions, we are budgeted for 7 positions. We're happy to report that we have a property manager that had been much needed in order to comply with HUD regulations regarding to reviewing the tenants that we support housing with. We also have admin aide position that we're going to have interviews that became vacant in November. We have interviews this Friday, which is also another position that is much needed in order to, complete contracts, pay invoices that are needed in the auditing budget process. And currently, also due to the transition of the Nevin Plaza, we were mandated to have a resident housing manager in each property. And so the Nevin Plaza, we had a vacancy in the Nystrom Village resident manager. So we moved the Nevin Plaza manager to Nystrom Village, and we hold off on so far to fill that position because in Nevin Plaza is now operated and managed by EH Housing. Next slide, please. Updates on revenue. We have a total decrease in expected revenue, and mostly attributed to the loss of rents related to the takeover of EH Housing to Nevin Plaza. We assumed we were actually unsure when exactly the repositioning of the property was going to happen. A lot of dates changed from December to now March 17th. So the reduction of rents was estimated at $187,136. However, I would also like to commend the finance department, Rita in particular here, have also helped us to recoup our money that has been spent on the capital fund that we need to obligate
and also a drawdown from HUD, which hasn't been done in a few years. So we hope to be able to do that, to be able to recuperate costs that the city also fronts. And then we had another expenditure change increase of $50,000 related to our legal services. Many of the cases that we have related, especially to lease enforcement. Also, we've had some cases where squatters have come into the properties that also need to be transitioned. Those cases have, due to COVID, also have lasted more months than expected. So we have an increase in legal costs. Next page. Next slide. And really quickly, at mid-year, we also like to give you an update on how we're doing on our FARS agreement. Luckily to report that we have a lot more completed items. So the administrative building has been repositioned to the city of Richmond. So that item has been completed. Next slide. Nevin Plaza is now a completed FARS item. So we'll be reporting back to HUD related to that. Nystrom Village is still, we have the ENR exclusive rights to negotiate agreement that has been completed. However, we still don't have a final development agreement with the proposed developer. Next slide. And for Richmond Village 1, 2, and 3, we have a section 18 application that is drafted. However, we have come to some challenges here. The HUD consultant that has been helping us with this transaction, their contract expired with HUD, so they're renewing that. So that's probably going to be a hold on another month to be able to submit that application to reach that FARS deliverable. And the last one has been for Hacienda, and that has been completed also. So we're going to be updating HUD related to all these FARS agreement deliverables that we have completed. Another section of the FARS is related to the audits, and Rita will be giving an update on that.
Good evening, RHA Board of Commissioners. Just to give a quick update on the operations for RHA and its financials. Talking about the audit, the 2017 audit has been completed and submitted to HUD for the final review earlier this month. The 2018 audit is final on the city side. The auditors have issued.
Next slide.
The auditors have.
Next slide.
KCR, thank you.
Sorry. So the 2018 audit, so the city, on the city side, the audit has been completed. And right now we are working on the financial data system, which is a HUD requirement where the data is being submitted in that portal, and then it will be submitted to HUD for review. For the 2019 audit, the financial data is being reviewed and analyzed by RHA and city staff currently. Many items have been requested, and bank reconciliations need to be further analyzed and revised. As Gabino had mentioned earlier about capital funds that we've been able to recapture. Earlier or in February, we were able to obligate and draw down 90% of that, which was about $1,058,000. So we were able to capture that amount from the capital fund subsidy, and that will be reimbursed back to the city. And the final update that I have to share is about the cost allocation plan, which has been completed in accordance with HUD requirements, and will be shortly submitted for review by the board.
And one thing I learned about HUD and finance systems is everything we do here in the city, we have to do it also again in HUD. So when we approve a budget, we also need to translate it to HUD language. So that's when we do an audit here, we have to translate it into another HUD language audit. So it's kind of a double process, but we're happy to report that we have had progress in those items. And the last slide is for the board to consider approval of the recommended action.
All right. Are there any questions from council member Cepeda? Sorry. Director Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A quick question, and this question comes from someone in the public that asked me this, and I sent it over email. You partly answered it, so you might know what the question is already, but I just want the public to know out loud. There was a concern in regards to the additional 91,122 to cover the rest of the year for an additional employee because the Nevin Plaza development will be transferred to EAH. RHA will no longer be receiving rent from Nevin Plaza tenants. Their concern is that because of the RHA will no longer be responsible for running Nevin, that the number of staff needed should be less. With less than half of the tenants to manage, and then, can you explain, and I have it in writing, but again, just for everyone else to know the reason.
Yes, and that's similar to the explanation in the beginning of the presentation. Technically on the budget, we're budgeted at 7. However, right now we chose not to hire that position that was for Nevin Plaza. So currently we're operating with the 6 staff positions. And for the new fiscal year also, we'll be reevaluating the needs for RHA to continue operating in addition to tenants. And, we have these budgets and agreements. We also have a lot of deferred maintenance at at Nystrom Village. So those are the things that we need to consideration, over 30 units that need to be basically brought back into some form of being able to be reoccupied. And so currently right now, we have already technically, reduced staffing by 1 person, but we will bring an analysis for the next year during the next fiscal year.
Okay, and then just to further clarify, if I may, Mr. Chair. So as we need less people, but we still hire them, right? So we still have them in our payroll. We don't want to terminate them. What will happen with them?
We're gonna, the Richmond Housing Authority is continuing to confer with HR to see if there are opportunities for those staff to transition to other roles within the city that are currently vacant. And that process, we have to be very thoughtful about that process and meet and confer with the unions. And so that's what will take place.
Thank you for the answer. Thank you. No more questions. Thank you.
Director Jimenez.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation and the work. I just wanted to say that I really appreciate all the work that you are doing, trying to get all the audits in time. And I know that it has been a lot of work going through a lot of paperwork and all that. So thank you. I had 2 questions. One is just a clarifying in the process, because we just approved the mid-year, and part of the mid-year we approve an attachment to item 43, operating transfer out to the Nevin Plaza renew decrease is the amount of like 91,122. So we already approve that money is. So I am just confused about now you are asking us to approve that. So what is the process? Just
like I mentioned in HUD, we have to do everything double. So now it's the RHA Board of Commissioners also agreeing and the city agreed. So the city agreed. So now we're having the city and RHA agree. And so I always have to turn in 2 resolutions for all this work.
Okay, thank you. And the other part is you mentioned the work that is being done for finalizing the audits, but I didn't see a timeline. So it will be great if you can provide some timelines for when finally the 2017 is finalized, the 2018, 2019, and so forth. So it will be great to have just kind of like deadlines for that we know about it. Thank you.
Any other questions? I noticed that there's 1 position that's vacant in this revised budget. Is that position factored in or not?
It is not factored in because the mid-year we turned in a month ago, we didn't know if the closing was going to happen related to Nevin Plaza because there was many things that could have happened during that transaction. So this currently reflects the status quo on positions.
Okay, thank you. If there's no other questions, let's open that up to public comment.
Do not have any requests to speak to the council on in person, and I do not see any hands raised.
Okay, if there are no public speakers, the public session is over. And now it's time for discussion. Does any council member have any comments that they want to make?
I'll make a motion that we approve the fiscal year amended budget adjustments for the Richmond Housing Authority.
I second that.
All right. Roll call.
Commissioner Bonner,
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Chair McLaughlin,
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Willis,
Yes.
Commissioner Zepeda,
Yes.
and Chair Martinez.
Yes.
And Lieutenant Commissioner Scott is absent. The vote is unanimous.
All right. Having concluded that, this meeting is adjourned. And now it is time for the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. May we have a roll call?
Yes, Councilmember Bonner,
Present.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Here. Are there any statements of conflict of interest? Seeing none, move on to the next item.
Next item is agenda review,
Okay.
and I have. I'm
no,
sorry,
go ahead.
I have requests to remove item AE 2B, AE 3A, and there is a correction to item AE 3B, and the correction is proclamations recognizing Donate Life Month, Earth Day, Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and Transgender Day of Visibility and not Remembrance. And that's for item AE 3B.
Mayor and Madam Clerk, for AE 2A, I think the city attorney was going to make a suggestion regarding that item. AE 2A, the item under community development. Dave, were we going to?
So that item would be removed from the consent agenda. I believe the council's intention is to adjourn the meeting tonight to April 3rd at 1 o'clock. It'll be Monday, April 3rd at 1 o'clock. Is it
At
1?
noon.
Oh, at noon?
Yes.
Okay. That would be at noon. That item would be on that agenda for public consideration. We'll have a revised staff report for that.
So,
And we may also have closed session items on that agenda.
so just for clarification, the item is continued to
It'll be-
April 3rd? Continued?
Yes, it'd be
Okay.
continued to that meeting. There will be an adjourned regular meeting from tonight. And we may also have other closed session items, but no other public items.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Yes, I would like us to move up item AE 2B to right before study and right before study and action sessions. If that's possible.
Yeah, let's hear everyone's
Okay.
and then we'll Councilmember.
I pass. I just wanted to make sure it moves out of the consent calendar. Thank you.
Can I?
Yes.
Yeah, so since there is a presentation from the district attorney, Diane Beckton, and she has been here for a lot, so I will ask if we can put her presentation at the beginning in the study action section and then hear from AE 2B Is that
It's
okay?
fine with me. Yeah.
Yes. And
We have a lot of presentations and we started an hour and 15 minutes late. So I just want to be cautious and I want to be able to hear from everyone. But most importantly, I want to make sure that everyone hears these presenters and not at midnight. So I'm just wondering if we want to give a courtesy notice to some of the presenters towards the end that maybe we move them to another meeting. Because I would hate for them to be here to 10 or 11 only for us to adjourn. Or what's worse, most people are already asleep and I think they provide a lot of really crucial information. So maybe we want to, without looking, just the last two or something, moving them over.
it's 7:46 now, and I believe that we can conclude all information. I'll have my thumb on it and make sure people move along.
Perfect. Well, thank you.
Councilmember Willis.
Oh.
Yeah, just speaking to Councilmember Cepeda's concern. Usually our closed sessions do last a while and, you know, respectfully to all the colleagues, we get enthusiastic depending on information that gets presented and sometimes get lost with the time of day. So I would be willing to support Councilmember Cepeda's suggestion, only just based on history of our study sessions in the past 2-3 years.
Yes, Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Yeah, I think we really need to hear from the presentation from the Center of for Biological Diversity and Biofuel Watch tonight. We have them, we have lots of people here. Maybe the Latina Center would be willing to wait until another meeting rather than present very late. I mean, I definitely want to hear from them, but that would be the one suggestion in case you think we might not get to it, Mr. Mayor, but it sounds like you were thinking we would, so.
Yeah, actually, looking at the presentations, I can see that some of them will actually take a lot of time. So maybe we should move AF4, the Latina Center, to the next council meeting.
We can check to see if both in honor of Women's History Month, if the Latina Center and RCF Connects can join us on our first meeting in April, if the council deems that most appropriate. Thank you.
So can
we make sure that if we move that we put it at the beginning, so we honor that we had moved that and they will have the first chance. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
can we go over the order, please? The order of items.
Okay, the order. After consent calendar, before study and action session, we will hear AE 3A.
No. This one first.
We will hear AE 2B contract with Safe Organized Spaces, SOS, to provide encampment services. Afterwards, AE 3A, appointment to Community Police Review. And then we will move on to Diana Beckton. And then AF1, report to West Contra Costa County Fire Council.
I think, Mr. Mayor, that the request, and I think it's a reasonable one since our district attorney has been here a while, was to have the presentation from District Attorney Diana Beckton happen right after consent, followed by this Safe Organized Spaces contract, followed by the Police Review Commission.
Okay, I'm amenable to that. That is the new order. Did you get that? All right, then let's.
Mr. Mayor, may I remind you that the presentation by West Contra Costa Fire Safe Council has been postponed 5 times since October.
And it will be heard today.
Okay.
Okay, so Yes. So do we, item Y, report from the city attorney for final decisions.
Probably all forgotten. We had a closed session tonight.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, can we defer to a different date? It's not convenient for fire chief to have it so late. I mean, we waited so long on the condition that will be the first. So if it's going to be later on, we would like to defer to a different date.
All right, since you put the item on, we can defer it to another date.
Okay, thank you.
So we are moving item.
Yeah, we hope next time will be where we are supposed to be on top of the agenda. Thank you.
Okay.
The 18th. You want April 18th?
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. On the closed session report, the first item, C1, was the performance evaluation for the city clerk. That was discussed. There was no reportable action taken. With regards to item C2, that was anticipated litigation in one matter. We gave a status report with regards to that. There was no reportable action taken on that. With respect to the Winehaven item, which is listed, Winehaven, Giddyville, and North Coast Rivers Alliance, the item was not discussed. Concerning the general warehouse item, which was real property negotiations at 1324 Canal, that was also not discussed. The other real property negotiation item was the Metro Walk project at Richmond Transit Village. We gave a report on those negotiations, and direction was given to the negotiators on behalf of the city. With regards to two items involving workers' comp, the claim concerning the police department employee was not discussed. The claim concerning the fire department employee, we gave a status report, and direction was given for settlement discussions. And that's the closed session report.
Thank you. On to item Z, report from city manager.
Thank you, Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council. Due to the inclement weather, city staff have been extremely busy. We want to remind residents that they can obtain sandbags at the Bayview Library, also the Corporation Yard, as well as which is next to the Greenway, and also seniors or individuals with disabilities that are Richmond residents can call the Streets Division at 510-231-3011. Again, 510-231-3011 for sandbag delivery requests. And there's a limit of 10. And those deliveries take place between 7 a.m. and 2 p.m. Also, the Streets Division has posted flood signage and has been deploying them as needed, and has been very active removing debris from storm drains. For residents, if you're experiencing a sewer overflow or flooding, please call Veolia 24 hours a day at 510-412-2001. Again, 510-412-2001, and crews will be dispatched to the location to handle the incident. For other emergency requests, please call 911 during storm-related situations. We've already had the next 15 atmospheric rivers, and so we certainly appreciate that the public has been very patient and has been very appreciative of all the work that city staff have been doing citywide and trying to be responsive to numerous requests. Also want to highlight that the city of Richmond is hosting a business resource summit on April 13th from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Business owners and professionals will learn about free financial resources and tools available to help hire, train, and retain their workforce. Complimentary breakfast will be provided. This will take place at Richmond Works at 3325th Street. For more information, please contact Richmond Works at 510-307-8014. Again, 510-307-8014. And lastly, just want to make sure that everyone is aware of the 5 primary topics that are going to be covered during this workshop. Incentives regarding training. And so our Employment and Training Department has received various grants that can help businesses with training, hire and recruitment assistance. They're looking to partner on specific sectors as well as employer tax credits and pre-apprenticeship programs. And so would like to thank the Richmond Works and Employment and Training staff for all their efforts in organizing this event. Complimentary breakfast will begin at 8:30, and the work session itself will be from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to item AA, reports from officers, referrals to staff, and general reports. Do we have any reports from council members?
Yes, I do.
Go
If I
ahead.
may. Thank you. So I attended Civic Well Conference. It was very informative. It provides the big picture, not just about policymaking, but you hear from scientists and government officials in California. They talked about housing, offshore wind energy, transportation, and energy storage. I strongly urge all my colleagues, including you, Mr. Mayor, to participate in the next Civic Well, which happens March 14th to 18th of 2024. I'm also a member of West Contra Costa Transportation Advisory Committee. I would like to inform you that Caltrans has spent $650,000 to do a study on Richmond Parkway. And the good news is that the likely outcome will be about $15 to $20 million for enhancing Richmond Parkway. I'm also a member of the Hazardous Material Commission, and I'm glad to inform you that there is a new public website coming up about gas pipelines and hazardous material pipelines. I asked the link. It's it's not public yet. It's in the trial. I mean, they're working on it and they asked for feedback. I asked their permission to share it with my community. So people of Richmond to get feedback. So I'm going to put it on my city website, the link. And if you have any feedback, please share with me. I would very much appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? No. Okay, then we'll move on to item AB, crime report from police chief.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and council members. I would first like to thank Mayor Martinez and City Council members Zepeda and the city manager for attending our swearing in and welcome ceremony for our new employees this morning. Today, we swore in 2 new police officers and recognized 6 additional employees to include 3 police officer trainees who will soon attend the police academy, 2 record specialists, and 1 communications dispatcher. Additionally, I had the additional honor today of recognizing our office assistant, Jean Carney, for her 40 years of service to the city of Richmond. Over the years, Jean has worked a variety of assignments within the police department, and she always performs her duties with a positive attitude and a smile. We presented Jean with a certificate of appreciation for her service, as well as a plaque to honor her 40 years of service. We also recognize the contributions of Captain Al Waye, who will work his last day as a captain tomorrow. Captain Waye has been with the department for 26 years and will now retire and move on to greener pastures. Our last recognition today was for one of the utility workers assigned to our department, Jesse Stewart. We presented Jesse with a commendation for his service and for going above and beyond to keep our facility clean and tidy. Jesse is another great City of Richmond staff member who does his job with a smile and always has a positive attitude. To show our appreciation, we dedicated our employee break area to Jesse, and the area is now known as Stewart Hall. Moving on to the crime report. During the month of March, we had several significant investigations. I know time is short, so I'll only highlight a couple of them. We had a homicide that occurred on March 8th in the 2300 block of Aberdeen. A 43-year-old male was shot to death as he stood outside an apartment complex. Our detectives worked eagerly to identify the suspects in this case and were able to make 2 arrests in this case. Those individuals claimed self-defense and have not been charged with that murder. We also had another significant incident that occurred on March 23rd, in which a suspect who was driving a stolen semi-truck attempted to drive over a police car with an officer inside of it. Luckily for the officer, the truck got stuck on the hood, which disabled the stolen truck as well as the patrol car. The suspect attempted to run away, but he was taken into custody a short distance away with the assistance of our K-9. The officer involved in this incident was injured and is off of work, but expected to recover. The suspect in that case was charged. A couple more highlights for the month. We participated in a human trafficking task force meeting along with the district attorney's office to address issues related to prostitution and trafficking along the 23rd Street corridor. This was the second meeting of the year in which business owners and community members have come together with the DA's office, police department, community violence solution, and the Family Justice Center to work on solutions on this ongoing problem. And last Wednesday, members from my department, the fire department, along with the Contra Costa Health Department, the DA's office, and school district held an educational forum on the dangers of fentanyl. A recording of that forum will be replayed on KCRT. In terms of numbers, there were 42 aggravated assaults, 14 robberies, 10 sexual assaults, 20 burglaries, 94 thefts, 86 stolen vehicles, and 1 arson. In addition, our staff towed 158 vehicles, responded to 123 vehicle collisions, conducted 9 DUI investigations, and responded to 6 sideshows. The last thing I will report is that we continue to be significantly understaffed. Although I talked about the hiring of the new staff at the beginning of my report, we still have a lot of unfilled vacancies, which requires our peace officers and dispatchers to have to work mandatory overtime on a regular basis. This is further complicated by upcoming community events like Cinco de Mayo and Juneteenth, which we love to participate in, but it does require a significant lift from our department. My ask is that the community remains patient with our staff when they are calling dispatch and when our officers are responding to calls. Most of the time, these staff members are working 50+ hour weeks, and many times it's 60 to 80 hour weeks, work weeks every week for an extended period of time. And the weather-related issues have compounded the amount of calls that we respond to. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, thanks for the report, Chief, and for congratulations on the swearing in ceremony this morning. Wish I could have been there, but I was working. I was going to ask if you could add me to the meetings that you're doing regarding the prostitution happening on 23rd Street. I've been curious as to what's been happening from those meetings, connected with a community member, and it's because of where I live, it's been pretty much in front of me for many years in my entire life. So whenever I can get added to those meetings to help participate, I'd appreciate just an email notification. Thank you. Oh, but real quick, only if it doesn't take too much time, do you have like a brief summary of what's been being covered in those meetings so far this year? Like a brief summary, or I can check in with you offline about that too.
A brief summary.
She was going to ask her too. So.
I'm sorry, what?
I guess she was going to ask a similar question or something attached to that, but what's been the subject of the conversations in terms of the direction that stakeholders want to take on that issue?
So the DA's office a couple of years ago established a task force to address human trafficking issues, and the DA might actually talk about this during her presentation, so I don't want to steal all of her thunder. However, we asked that we actually worked together to bring the first meeting in January because there were some changes in the law as it relates to human trafficking and prostitution. And the change in the law was that the police department can no longer just contact women out on the street for the sole purpose of loitering with intent to prostitute, which is a huge impact on the way that we combat this problem. So we used to be able to, we would work in conjunction with Community Violence Solutions, which is the agency, community-based organization that provides resources to women that are in trafficked or victims of sexual assault. So we would partner with them. We would, if we knew that they were out there for the intents to prostitute, then we would contact them and try to provide them services, and in some cases make an arrest. We can no longer just contact a woman out on the streets based on that fact pattern, that they're out there. We've watched them maybe contact people or try to flag down cars. And so that makes it a little bit more difficult. And so a lot of the business owners are looking at us asking, why aren't you out there contacting these women? And the law changed and we cannot. So we wanted to do an educational forum, which was the first one that we did in January, to provide that updated information and to talk about other strategies on how we can still combat this problem together. And so we had people from the community and business owners from 23rd Street come together and start at least talking about the problem and come up with some action items. And so the follow-up meeting this month, at the beginning of this month, was to talk about some of those action items. And some community members got together and talked about some maybe traffic issues or traffic lighting, other kind of environmental ways that we can impact the problem. So it's just an ongoing conversation and meeting with the community and business owners to figure out what we can do.
Yeah, no, thanks for letting me know that. I'll conclude by saying, like, I didn't know about that change in the law that can explain why it seems like it's always been around forever, but it seems like it's gotten more intense in the past, like, couple of weeks since the beginning of the year. So yeah, I just want to be a part of those meetings and, you know, check in with you at some point, just what I've been seeing, just get more thorough on what the conversation is. If you didn't already still DA Beckton's thunder, of course. Thank you.
Councilmember Bonham.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the activity report. So my question is, do you think you would be comfortable with making a presentation along with maybe Family Justice Center or maybe other organizations on this issue and share with the city council what resources are available to those women making jobs, what the council can do to help alleviate the problem? Should we schedule such presentation?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll follow up with city clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no other questions, then we'll move on to the next item. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here. Okay, item AC, presentations, proclamations, commendations. AC1, proclamation commemorating community leader Ms. Naila Buford. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, let me read it.
You read it into the record. Item AC1 is a proclamation recognizing Ms. Naila Buford for her community leadership and significant contributions to the betterment of the city of Richmond.
Back in February, I had the great honor of attending the memorial service for Miss Naila Buford. She was a real anchor in the neighborhood that I grew up in South Richmond on Ohio Avenue. And so I wanted to commemorate her life for a number of reasons. The biggest reason is that I think that our communities, our neighborhoods are made up of more than parks and empty spaces and streets, but they're also made up of businesses. And how we do business in our community really reflects on our values and really actually adds to our communities, especially when we bring our heart to that community through a business. And I think that that's what Miss Naila Buford did at Snapper Seafood. She was the founder of Snapper Seafood. So I think it's best if I can just read the proclamation into the record, and then I'd like to invite up Ms. Buford's daughter, Jamila Killensberg, to receive this proclamation. Is that okay?
Yes, go ahead.
So, proclamation commemorating the life of Miss Nyla Buford. Whereas Miss Nyla Buford was dedicated and a valued member of our community who made significant contributions to the betterment of our city. And whereas Miss Buford was a proud entrepreneur and business owner that not only provided excellent fish for over 41 years at Snapper Seafood, the restaurant she founded in 1992 on 1501 Ohio Avenue, but also through her dedication and love for Richmond residents and youth. And whereas Miss Buford was a person of integrity, compassion, and commitment who touched the lives of many people, Miss Buford was a firm believer in community. And whereas Miss Buford got to know everyone who came into her restaurant on a first name basis, and she'd always greet her customers with a warm, wonderful smile. And whereas Miss Buford gave back to the Richmond community by giving out awards to local children that graduated from high school, sponsoring Richmond Pony Baseball, adopting families through during the holidays time, hiring local people reentering from incarceration, and participants on welfare to work program that no one would hire. And whereas Ms. Buford believed in investing in Richmond's youth, she did so by donating the proceeds of her restaurant on certain Sundays to support Richmond youth who needed funds for college. She was the epitome of what it means to give back to the community. And whereas Ms. Buford was respected and loved member of our community, and her passing is a great loss to us all. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of Richmond does hereby officially commemorate the life and accomplishments of Ms. Nyla Buford, a true community leader and business owner who gave so much to the Richmond community. We acknowledge her many contributions, both through her successful restaurant and her dedication to supporting local families and youth. And we thank her for her selfless service and extending our deepest sympathy to her family and friends. And now, therefore, be it further resolved that the City of Richmond honors her memory by continuing to support and uplift local businesses and community members. Now, therefore, be it finally resolved that the City of Richmond City Council present a copy of this proclamation to Ms. Nyla Buford's family, and a copy be made part of the permanent record of the City of Richmond. If Ms. Killingsworth is in the audience, we'd like you to come up.
I apologize if I didn't share the protocol with Councilmember Robinson. Generally, when we do proclamations, we read it from out here with the person. And you know, so that's on me, because I should have given you the protocol. But we're very, very proud of your family and the contributions that you've made to the city of Richmond. So
I didn't come prepared, but I'm just standing here and accepting this award is an honor, and we are still here standing, Snapper Seafood. So everyone's welcome, and I appreciate this award, and thank you for letting me accept this on the behalf of my mother. She passed away January of 2023 this year, and I'm honored to have received this award. And again, thank you very much. And as a resident of Richmond, you know, thank you again. I've been here for a long time, and I'm honored to be here. Thank you so much.
Yes, we have other proclamations, but I forgot to take them off the consent calendar and put them in the proclamations. So so is there some way that can we make that change?
You want to move the item to be heard now?
Yes.
So that would be item AE 3B. It's a proclamation recognizing Donate Life Month, Earth Day, Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and Transgender Day of Visibility.
Thank you. And so we have 3 proclamations. The first one is for Transgender Day of Visibility. The transgender community has had a lot of difficulties. I'm sorry? Oh, okay. Thank you. I don't know. Okay, so yes, okay, so do we have someone to accept the Transgender Day of Visibility? Yes? All right. This is being presented through Richmond Rainbow Pride. And I know that Jamin Purcell is the one of the organizers, one of the founding members. And so I would like to read it. Whereas the city of Richmond, California recognizes and celebrates the diversity of our community, including those who identify as transgender, gender nonconforming, and non-binary. And whereas the city of Richmond supports and values the contributions of all individuals, regardless of the gender identity or expression, in building a strong and thriving community. And whereas Transgender Day of Visibility, observed annually on March 31st, is a day to honor and celebrate the resilience, courage, and achievements of transgender and gender nonconforming people. And whereas Transgender Day of Visibility also serves as a reminder of the ongoing struggle of transgenders' rights and the needs to continue advocating for the safety, dignity, and equality of all transgender and gender nonconforming people. And whereas the city of Richmond recognizes that discrimination against transgender and gender nonconforming people still exists and is committed to promoting and protecting the human rights of all individuals, including those who are transgender and gender nonconforming. Now, therefore, I, the mayor of the city of Richmond, California, do hereby proclaim March 31st, 2023 as Transgender Day of Visibility in the city of Richmond, California, and encourage all residents to join in celebrating the diversity and contributions of transgender and gender nonconforming individuals in our community. We also call upon all residents to continue working towards creating a world where all individuals are valued, respected, and able to live free from discrimination and prejudice. So I present this. So would any of you like to speak to the item?
Yes, we would like to thank the city of Richmond and our former Presidente Cesar Zepeda for making sure that this is recognized by the city of Richmond. It is very important that we continue to have inclusivity and diversity within the city of Richmond. And I will leave it to my co-chair and then if or anyone else. Yeah, co-chair.
Y'all know I don't talk well, but anyway. Again, I want to piggyback on what my other co-chair said. I want to thank the city of, well, Cesar Zepeda, first of all, for opening the door and allowing me to help out here in the city of Richmond. No, I'm not an actual resident, but they said if you live, work, and play, and I do work and play here. So thank you, Cesar, for opening the door for me and allowing me to help out here in Richmond. I look forward to this year, and I thank you for honoring the trans community as well. Thank you.
I can say my public comment now. You want me to? Okay, I'll be brief. Thank you, City Council and City of Richmond for your proclamation and recognition of Transgender Day of Visibility. My name is Ashley Scarborough Gonzalez. I'm a Richmond resident. I use she, her pronouns, and I love and support my transgender family and friends. When it comes to visibility, I want to remind our community and allies that visibility is the reward for efforts to build safety and inclusion for all genders. If we take a conservative estimate of 1.5% of people identifying as transgender, there may be close to 2,000 transgender community members in Richmond. Have we done all we can to make public spaces safe? Have we done all we can to welcome all gender identities and expression? This year, the Human Rights Campaign reports efforts to fight against over 150 laws targeting the rights of transgender people. This is an unprecedented backlash against transgender visibility. While I'm relieved that California is not a state pursuing this unjust legislation, I do expect the city of Richmond to take inventory of our systems and programs and make sure we have done the work. And can say with certainty our city welcomes and affirms all gender identities. I believe that when we are certain of that, transgender visibility and inclusion will be our reward. Thank you.
I'm a Richmond resident. My name is Stefano Gonzalez. I happen to be Ashley's husband. I'm a voter here and I'm also a trans man. So I just want to thank you and the city council members for doing this. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Joey Smith, resident and board member for Richmond Rainbow Pride. Thank you very much for your time and attention and understanding of how important this is to be inclusive throughout our entire city.
And I invite all of you to learn to see yourself in others. Because only by identifying with each and every person that we encounter can we actually create that loving society that we all deserve. So thank you. Thank you so much, Joey. All right. Let's move on to the next item, item AD, open forum for public comment.
Yes, we do have public speakers. Anyone that wish to address the council that is joining us by via Zoom, please raise your hand at this time. As I call your name, please come forward. You will be allowed 2 minutes to address the council. Jamin Purcell, Stefano Gonzalez, and Ashley Starborough Gonzalez. You want to speak?
We actually were going to, thought we would make our comments then,
Okay.
but we just did, so we're good. Thank you.
All three? Okay. So we do have speakers via Zoom.
We have
Sabrina
one
will-
speaker via Zoom. Tony, please unmute yourself. And as soon as the clock comes up, you may begin. 1 moment, please. Okay, Tony, you may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, council members, mayor, and city staff. I had sent the letters around as part of the Richmond Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee to the council members and to the staff, and got a very warm reaction from members of the council and from staff, which I certainly appreciate. And you had earlier talked about the Carlson Boulevard. That's one of the areas where a lot of thought was given to back during the bicycle pedestrian plan. And there were improvements made to Carlson Boulevard, but those improvements were now so long ago that the striping that was done at that time has worn off. So making that corridor more friendly to pedestrians and to bicyclists would be greatly appreciated if that could happen. That's a long-standing wish. And finally, I want to address people in the city of Richmond. The Richmond Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee has been around for quite a while, and that is a place where if you have complaints about sidewalks, you have complaints about accessibility, you can see the Richmond Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee as a place to take those. As you know, the city is very strapped for funds. There are no miracles here to be performed, but we can certainly help at the committee to try and make sure that mistakes aren't made with the small amount of funds that we do have available. Thank you all, folks.
Thank you. And that was our only speaker.
So if there's no other speakers, we'll move on to the next item. City Council consent calendar, and there are 3 items that are not on. Would you care to read them?
Yes, item AE2A. AE2A, and that's the authorization to execute agreements with grant application partners BART, Pacific West Communities, and AC Transit related to an AHSC grant application for the Metro Walk Phase 2 project. AE2B, contract with Safe Organized Space, SOS, to provide encampment services. AE3A, and that's the appointment to Community Services Review Commission. So there are 2 items left under consent.
All right, shall we have a roll call? Oh, we need a motion first.
Move the consent calendar.
I second that.
Roll call?
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous. Item AF2.
Yes. No, actually, we're doing AF2.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead. Read it into the record.
Item AF2 is to receive a presentation from Contra Costa County District Attorney Diana Beckton.
And I would like to introduce the item. And so I asked District Attorney Beckton to come and do a presentation of what her office is doing. And particularly because there had been rumors in the community around Pro 47 and how Pro 47 has been an issue for more crime because now people like the district attorney is not prosecuting more. And I want to clarify that people who have been working in the criminal justice systems, especially advocating around giving opportunity to those who are coming home from incarceration, decriminalize some of the law offenses has been important. And there has been a lot of work around making sure that people can clean the records so they can have opportunities to access to jobs and then they can go back to jail or prison. So because of that, I wanted to make sure that a district attorney had the opportunity to present what she has been doing around this issue and other issues in the county, and we learn more about that. And it's not rumors that are spreading in the community, and we know the facts. So thank you for being here, and I'm looking forward to hear your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Jimenez, and to the mayor and other city council members. My pleasure to be here with you and have an opportunity to talk to you about the work of the district attorney's office. We did send over a PowerPoint that I was supposed to be loaded up for you.
KCRT.
Do we have that available? Great. Thank you. So I'll just be following along with this format. If I could have the next slide, please. And then you can go to the next slide as well. I just put this slide up here to let everyone know that so much of the work that we do in the district attorney's office is done in collaboration, not only with other agencies and cities and in the counties, as well as nonprofits and community-based organizations. So much of the work that we do is in collaboration. We have a budget in the district attorney's office this coming fiscal year of about $57 million. About $32 million of that is revenue that we receive from federal and state grants and also Prop 172 funds. And the net county cost to our county is about $24 million. The next slide, please. No surprise that most of the work in the district attorney's office is done by people. So about 85% of our budget goes to our staffing and only about 15% goes to services and supplies and other. I'm here tonight as well. I just want to mention that I'm also here with our chief of the Investigations Bureau, Chief Arnold Threets, who's no stranger, I believe, to many of you, because not only has he had 30 years in law enforcement, he served 25 years here in the city of Richmond. So we're grateful to have his expertise, and he's sitting, I think, behind me here. So the next slide, please. In the district attorney's office, we have a staff of 231 that consists primarily, as you can see, of attorneys, 104. Our investigative team, which is our law enforcement arm that's led by Chief Threets, our victim witness staff. So we have advocates in our office when people have been victimized by crime who reach out to those victims and survivors to offer services, give them direction, advise them of their rights, et cetera, and help them out in a very difficult and traumatic time in their lives. And the remainder of our staff would be our administrative staff. The next slide, please. We our mission is to seek, serve, and to do justice. And the next slide. We serve the entire county, all 1.15 million residents. I work with 25 law enforcement agencies in 19 cities. And just to give you a snapshot, in 2022, we filed, almost 7,000 cases, about half of those felonies and the remainder misdemeanor cases. Next slide, please. I'd like to just give a reminder, just an overview a little bit of the criminal process, because whenever a crime is committed, if there is no one who reports that crime to law enforcement, of course, there is nothing that reaches the district attorney's office. If it is reported, but no suspect is ever apprehended, then that is another case that does not reach the district attorney's office. And then, of course, when cases come to us from our law enforcement agencies, primarily, we have a number of options. I'll talk about some of those. Sometimes we have to return to agencies to get additional information. Otherwise, those cases are filed and proceed through the court process. The next slide, please. We have a number of departments in the district attorney's office. As you can see, we have quite a large staff. We have our regular Superior Court operations. That's where the bulk of our basic felony casework is handled. Our preliminary hearing teams, that's where we have to put on evidence before a judge to determine if a felony case has enough evidence to be bound over for trial. Our mental health division is housed there as well. And then our Special Operations Bureau, this is one of our divisions that people may not realize we have in our district attorney's office. That is where our environmental work is centered, real estate fraud, consumer fraud, insurance fraud. A lot of work that's really kind of civil based is located in our Special Operations Unit. Our Community Violence Reduction Unit is a unit that works very closely with the FBI Safe Streets Task Force that I co-lead. It is a unit that concentrates on those who are committing violent crimes in our community. And then we, of course, have homicide, family violence, which also encompasses our sexual assault unit and domestic violence unit, as well as elder abuse, juvenile, and I've already spoken about victim witness and investigations. Some of our specialty units and programs include our work with a conviction integrity unit. This gives us an opportunity to go back to look at cases when some of them can be ongoing, but also cases where there may have been convictions, where there's been a serious integrity issue in that process, and it gives us a chance to go back and look at those cases and right what might have been wrong. Our cold case unit is a unit that was established in 2018. We have received some federal funding that we share with the city of Pittsburgh, as well as with the Sheriff's Department, to give us the resources. We now have a special attorney and also investigative staff that works with all of the agencies in the county to go back and take a look at old unsolved murders using the most recent DNA technology. And one of our most recent cases last year was right here in the city of Richmond. We were able to solve an old case and bring justice and closure to that family. We also established in 2018 our human trafficking unit. This is where we are handling cases where people are exploiting others either for labor or for sex. We have a hate crimes committee. It's not a full unit, but we do have specialized attorneys so that when we have cases that come into our office where there are elements of a hate crime, we have special attorneys that have expertise to work with community agencies as well to review those cases for prosecution in the appropriate way. We've just recently established our workplace justice unit. This is a unit that does work very closely to make sure that workers are receiving just compensation and that their rights are not being violated in the workplace. Next slide, please. In terms of reducing incarceration, we have a number of efforts. We have our Juvenile Restorative Justice Diversion Program. This is where we secured a state grant of $1 million partnering with the Rise Youth Center here in Richmond. We're able, this is for youth under the age of 18, we're able to divert those cases from the criminal justice system, certainly giving rise to the victims and what they need to be made whole, but also giving our youth an assessment and an opportunity for whatever programming that they may need so that they can be productive in our society. We're also in the process of securing an additional $1 million from the omnibus funds to establish a restorative justice program for the next age group of youth, and that is from 18 to 25 years old. So we're working on that right now. Our neighborhood community courts have been up and running, and we're always recruiting, so I'll put that plug in now. This is where we take a number of our low-level nonviolent cases. People in our community who have the time are trained as arbitrators. They sit in panels of 3 so that you're actually resolving cases in your own community, and we're able to divert those out of the criminal justice system. It's victim-centered. The victims do have a voice in to make sure that their needs are met, but also it is to bring a holistic healing to our communities because it is a process where the community is involved in the outcomes of those cases. Our mental health diversion, we have quite a few cases. We have a mental health diversion court, so we have cases that we have there, as well as our post-conviction resentencing program. We've also received $1 million in funding there that allows the district attorney's office to go back based on new legislation, take a look at old sentences that may no longer be in the interest of justice and get those cases recommended to the court for resentencing. Our sexual assault test kits are all up to date, which is a major progress for us. We've also been able to establish an electronic tracking system so that now when those kits are taken, they go into an electronic system and we can see at all times where they are, and that way they don't get behind again. We've provided immigration training to all of our staff, as well as implicit bias training. We've established a community academy. We're recruiting again now for our academy that will start up in September. This is where citizens have an opportunity to come in and learn all about the criminal justice system, not only just about our office, but having an opportunity to visit the courts and the jail and learn about how the system works. We also partnered with Code for America around the changes in the marijuana law so that we were able to go back, use their technology, find all of those old cases and get dismissals that people were entitled to. Very important work because when people have those old convictions on their records, it keeps them from getting housing and employment and even sometimes going on a field trip with their child's school. So we were able to dismiss over 3,200 cases, primarily involving people of color. And then we have, of course, completely revamped our investigation of officer-involved shootings and other fatal incidents in Contra Costa County, moving our process from a singular person to a team. And so that work has, and it's also allowed us to fulfill the promise that I made in 2018 to also make public any report, any case where we're not filing charges. We now have reports that you can find on our website, very long and thorough reports so that you have an idea of what happened in those particular cases and why we did not file charges. Our next slide, please. So this is our community academy. Again, we're recruiting. One final slide, and that is another plug for our neighborhood restorative partnership. Always looking for volunteers. We're just about to train a new cohort, so this is a really good time if you'd like to help resolve low-level cases in your own community. And I'm here to answer any questions that you might have. I guess I should mention, I know I heard Chief French speaking about our work around the 23rd Street corridor. There was a question about that. Really glad that we've been able to revitalize that work. Really had a slowdown during the pandemic, but now there's a lot of community interest. And so we are meeting again monthly with input, not only from the criminal justice side of things, but also from business people and also community members to help solve issues there. With our work with the task force, we're grateful that Richmond now has a sergeant who is located there with our task force, helping us to solve violent crimes around our county. So that's my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions from council? Councilmember Bana, then Councilmember Willis.
Thank you very much, DA Beckton, for the presentation and the information. And I'm so happy that that community academy is starting. I look forward to that. I have two questions. Number one, can we ask for statistics regarding crimes committed by Richmond residents?
Yes.
We would appreciate it if you could get it regularly.
Yes.
It'd be nice to know. And the second one, I'm just curious, when somebody gets arrested, if they're the breadwinner of the family, what happens to the family? Does your office look into it if they need any assistance? If the person who is arrested committed a crime,
I understand.
is the only
Understand.
breadwinner, what happens next?
Well, I mentioned that we have victim advocates in our office, but those advocates, and there's a very small crew, they do a lot of work, but there's only 17 of them that we are funded for. And so those advocates are working with those families and survivors who were victimized by the crime. We do not have any advocates that are reaching out to families, the families of the person who might have committed the crime. We don't have any services there.
Can we work together? So at least within the city of Richmond, we can reach out to them and see if we can offer them help?
Absolutely. If the city wanted to make funding available to reach out to that segment of our community, we would not have any difficulty working with you and identifying those families.
I'm not sure if we do have funding, but I know we do have services like Family Justice Alliance. We may have charities that we want to connect to them. It'd be nice to at least give it a try and see what we can do for them. Thank you very much.
Good thought. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for joining DA Beckton. And also, by the way, it's long overdue, but congratulations on your reelection.
Thank you.
A couple of questions that I had is when is that monthly meeting happening to address issues at 23rd Street? Like what's like the day of the week that it's meeting?
I'll get the next meeting date for you. I have it on my phone, but I'll have to look it up and we'll get that to you.
Yeah, I understand that. Thank you. And one question, because a lot of the work that I do happens to be around housing, and there's been a lot of issues with illegality when it comes to housing issues, and folks were asking me, is there anything that the DA could do about it? So I guess I wanted to ask, like, what is your office's relationship when it comes to housing issues in the county in general that has like illegal evictions or stuff like that?
It's not an area. Those are generally going to be civil matters. So we're not typically involved in that particular type of work.
Okay, yeah, no, it's just a question that's come up a lot over the years, and I never really had a comprehensive answer to give. So just wanted to get that cleared up. But thanks for joining us this evening.
Councilmember
Jimenez. Hi, thank you so much for coming and your presentation. I think I had two questions. One is around Pro 47 and kind of like what has been the role of the DA around Pro 47 in terms of, we know that the Pro 47 changed some of the crimes levels and classification. So what has been the work around that the DA office has been doing to work with, for instance, like I know that some organization has been working on cleaning the records, like helping people to clean the records. And so I would like to know more about what the DA is doing.
Sure. Well, there's been a number of opportunities around the county. And in fact, I just saw an announcement for a new one that's coming up called Clean Slate Days. I think that's what you're referring to.
Yeah.
I used to, I started out organizing Clean Slate Days when I served as a judge in Contra Costa County. And I also helped to co-organize them even in the district attorney's office. The role that we play is this. You're going to find for the Clean Slate Days, the public defender's office and other community agencies are going to be the primary lead, but they will ask us to partner with them because that helps facilitate getting those cases approved. So the public defender's office is the agencies that represents those who are applying. They will then bring a list of cases to our office so that we can review them and determine eligibility and determine whether we would have any opposition whatsoever to that person's record being clean. And we review hundreds of cases in preparation for the Clean Slate Day. So that way, by the time people get to the actual event, all of the labor and the work has been done and taken care of. And it's really now more of a formality that people are going through, getting a recognition that their records have now been expunged.
Okay, thank you so much. And my second question is about police accountability. Police accountability. And I know, like, for instance, like they had been like, I know that the work of DA is sometimes to look at cases where they had been excess use of force by police and evaluate if actually that happened or no. We have like Petty Perez case here that has been kind of like over our shoulders for many years. So what is the role or what is your office doing to make sure that communities and cases like Petty Perez are not happening or are looking that give us opportunity to look into this happening again, and for us as cities to really make sure that police accountability is part of like the importance of having a good police officer and a good force here.
Yeah, I'd like to think that accountability has been at the forefront of much of the work that we've done. In Contra Costa County, we have a protocol that all of the law enforcement agencies have signed on to. So whenever there is a fatality, the protocol is invoked. Chief Threets and his team will respond to the scene. We also have attorneys that will respond as well. And we are responsible for conducting the investigation on the criminal side. So we're determining whether or not any of the actors involved in that incident may have committed a crime and whether charges are appropriate. And as I mentioned earlier, in 2018, so heretofore, the type of work that I'm referring to, there was not a process for the public to be informed about the work and the results of the work of the district attorney's office. So that is why we adopted the policy under my leadership that we would issue a public report. So obviously, if charges are being filed, we're not issuing a report on those particular cases because they're going forward with criminal action. But if we're not filing charges, we are authoring a report. All of the reports are available on our website so that you can see the outcome of our investigation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
To complete my question, thank you for agreeing to provide those information. Will they go to Chief Branch or City Manager? I would like to follow up with our city. Whom should I contact?
About the statistics for Richmond specifically, yes, we'll get those statistics for you this week. We have a contact that worked with our office to get me here tonight and ask for a PowerPoint and everything. We can send that directly. I think it's in I'm not sure who the contact was, but I'll find out and we'll make sure we get that information directly
Thank
to
you. And also about the families who lose the breadwinner. that too. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Any other questions for me? No.
Councilmember Robinson.
Thank you so much for being here tonight. I'm learning a lot. I had a question just about, I think there is maybe some lack of understanding around Prop 47 and when it comes to certain types of enforcement. Can you speak a little bit about not possession? Because that seems to be something that has been I don't know what the word declassified. It's not such a high
Was that
crime.
possession of drugs?
Yes.
Yes.
The substances. But can you speak to how Prop 47 interacts with the sale of illegal substances or controlled substances?
Well, for the most part, what Prop 47 did, it didn't eliminate crimes, but it basically reclassified a number of crimes. And so with possession of small amounts of drugs, so I'm going to just couple with that the policy decision that we made in the district attorney's office, recognizing the tremendous amount of resources from the criminal justice system that go into arresting and prosecuting people who have drug addiction with no real results in terms of changing the behavior. So what we've done in the district attorney's office now, and I'm not talking about cases where people are selling drugs or otherwise exploiting people in our community. I'm talking about low-level cases where people are actually addicted to drugs and they're caught with a small amount of drugs. So our policy with our law enforcement agencies is that we are not prosecuting those cases. We are instead sending people to treatment because we believe that that is the appropriate response. It is a public health response, sending people to treatment for those kinds of cases. We have, and we've informed our law enforcement agencies, if we have people in our communities who become a nuisance and otherwise, in other words, they get arrested over and over, then law enforcement agencies have been informed to bring those cases in as a bundle, and then we can take a look at them for other alternatives and options.
Mm-hmm. But when it comes to cases where, so I think that there's been an understanding that there is no longer enforcement of the sale of narcotics. And I just want to have you kind of make it clear whether or not, selling of narcotics is being prosecuted in Contra Costa County.
Yeah, that's what I did try to make that clear. Yeah. We're not, when we're talking about addiction, we're not talking about those who are the drivers of exploiting people in our community and exploiting our communities by selling drugs. If that is a different classification of crime, and when those cases are brought into our office, we are likely to be prosecuting those cases. We're not talking about sending a drug dealer to treatment.
Thank you. I think that, in neighborhoods there, the neighborhood where I live and work, there's been a lot of misunderstanding around that. And I think that when folks complain about, known places where drugs are being sold, we're being told that that's not something that gets prosecuted anymore. Mm-hmm. And I think it's been a great concern for residents, especially residents with kids, especially when this is happening around schools. So I just wanted to make that clear that in Contra Costa County, we still prosecute for selling drugs and that it's not true that we don't pursue those cases anymore.
Correct.
Councilmember Willis.
Just last question, following up on that. I know you, and I'm paraphrasing, so I'm not going to say what you said word for word, but I know you mentioned that earlier in your presentation that you looked at various individuals' records with misdemeanors, and I don't know the proper terminology, but basically clean them to where almost in a way that'd be a clean slate. So folks could participate in like field trips and other activities that may have kept them away because of their record before. You said it earlier in the presentation. That's why I said I'm a paraphrase. But I guess my question's getting to with Prop 47 passing and a lot of different crimes being reclassified in the state. Are there any other efforts to look at people who may have been convicted of a crime that was worse before the passage of Prop 47 and now has been bumped down to a misdemeanor? Is there any efforts to like look at some of those cases or anything like that?
Are we gonna proactively go and look at those cases? Those are not cases we're proactively looking at. People can bring them to our attention and certainly we can take a look at them.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. Thank you.
If there's no more questions, I'll open up public comment.
We do not have any requests to address the council.
All right, then public comment is closed.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for presenting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think we're all just saying thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, all right, next item.
Next item is item AE2B. That's to approve a contract with Safe Organized Spaces for the term beginning March 28th of 2023 to June 30th of 2024, with an option to extend for 1 year if funding is available, or a total contract amount not to exceed $738,693.59 to provide encampment services and job opportunities for the unhoused.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. If we can ask KCRT to pull up the PowerPoint, that would be helpful. And Jesus Morales is going to be doing the presentation, and just introduce myself, Lena Velasco, Director of Community Development.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, City Council members. The item before you, next slide, please. To approve a contract with Safe Organized Spaces for the term beginning March 28, 2023 to March 31, 2024. We did indicate June 30th, 2024 in the staff report, with an option to extend for 1 year if funding is available, for a total contract amount not to exceed $738,693.59 to provide encampment services and job opportunities for the unhoused. Next slide, please. So the contract services that SOS provides. SOS will be providing porta potties at the Castro encampment, mobile shower services, and also at other city homeless encampment sites. SOS also assists the city with special cleanup events. For example, we had a clean air day event at the Castro encampment. We have monthly resident cleanups at Castro. We also have auto tow days that SOS assists the city with for those special events, and they also do a lot of debris removal. SOS hires unhoused residents and provides a flexible job schedule to transition unhoused residents back into the workforce. SOS has been successful in transitioning several of its workers out of encampments into more stable housing options. SOS is also providing mobile showers, debris pickup at multiple locations throughout the city, along with laundry services, as I mentioned, to Castro and at the city. SOS has also provided support in various efforts that we've had in sunsetting encampments. For example, they assisted us at Ryden at the Target site, and also ongoing support for Castro encampment as residents have been housed. And then there's cleanup of the residents' trailers, areas that have been vacated. Next slide, please. So there's a couple of pictures of the Castro encampment. This was the clean air day event that we had. Castro residents, along with SOS staff members, assisted in accumulating trash and placing it along the roadway there, not the roadway, but the pathway to the Castro encampment to facilitate pickup of the trash. Lower picture to the right, you'll see the debris that was left over after we had removed one of the RVs that was also picked up as part of the cleanup events that we have. Next slide. So demand for services has increased as more encampments pop up around the city due to movement created by the city, Caltrans, and adjacent city abatements of encampments. During the recent rainstorms this winter, SOS has assisted with distribution of care packages containing socks, blankets, ponchos, rain protection, hand warmers, snacks, and tarps to the unhoused residents throughout the city and also at the Castro encampment. SOS also supports the city to clean up debris from RVs and vehicles prior to towing at the Castro encampment. SOS also provides referrals to CORE and works with other service providers to link unhoused to services as part of street outreach. You see a couple of pictures there on the slide showing some of the emergency supplies that were made available due to the rainstorms about a month ago. And then you see the tarps that have been used to cover some of the RVs over at the Castro encampment. Next slide, please. So with their invoicing, SOS provides, excuse me, key performance indicators called KIPS, reporting their accomplishments for the month or for the quarter. In this particular case, we're showing you the success indicators for 16 months from October 21 through February 2023. A couple of items I want to highlight there are the number of shower events that they've had, approximately 313 events. And have provided over 3,000 showers associated with that, which is an average of about 10 showers per event. Another interesting statistic is the amount of tons of trash that were picked up and disposed of by SOS. You'll see the total there over 16 months is 502 tons, which is an average of about 30 tons per month or 1 ton per day. A couple of weeks back, you had a presentation by Public Works Director Daniel Chavarria talking about the amount of trash that they were picking up at some of the neighborhood cleanup days, talked about the volume. When you keep in mind that a substantial amount of the volume of trash that's picked up is not necessarily heavy items like appliances, a lot of it is more everyday trash, paper, lightweight debris. That is a lot of trash that they're picking up even on a daily basis. They're servicing approximately 21 encampments throughout the city, which also includes Castro. The average hours worked per week by the staff is approximately 19 hours. And then you see the total there of the total hours worked during this period of time by the on-house staff is over 21,000 hours. And the other highlight there is that some of the employees of SOS have been able to upgrade their housing status. 8 of them have been able to move to interim housing and 16 have achieved permanent housing. So 24 of their staff have gotten to a better housing opportunity as a result of the employment with SOS. Next slide, please. So over the past year, SOS has created job opportunities for encampment residents, and as a result, some of the encampment residents have successfully transitioned into stable housing. These activities are in alignment with the draft homeless strategic plan, short action steps of 1.1, ensure that essential living amenities such as water, sanitation, hygiene, and laundry are provided at least weekly to all encampments to improve the quality of life for unhoused individuals and communities. Next slide, please. As part of the recommendation to approve SOS for the contract, we did an RFQ process that was issued in August of 2022, identifying a range of services sought by the city. The RFQ was sent to 373 vendors, and 5 vendors submitted qualifications for the various services listed in the RFQ. The RFQ responses received were for a range of services, including street outreach, hygiene interventions, employment programs, trash collection, housing navigation, and operation of emergency interventions such as emergency shelters, safe parking programs, and cabin communities. For the specific contract that we're looking at today, we had 2 respondents that provided specific qualifications for the range of services for the unhoused, which included street outreach, hygiene interventions, trash collection, and employment programs. The two responses were reviewed, scored, and ranked by city staff and an outside participant. So SOS was recommended by the evaluation panel on the basis of their current experience, their capability, and the staffing levels to immediately provide the requested services to the unhoused throughout the city, including the Castro encampment. Next slide, please. So staff is recommending authorization to execute the contract with SOS to provide the services outlined in the scope of work at Castro and other encampments citywide for the term from March 28, 2023 to March 31, 2024. This is a 12-month contract in an amount not to exceed $738,693.59, with an option to extend for 1 year, subject to available funding at the end of that term. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, available for questions. We also have Daniel Barth, Executive Director with SOS in the audience, available to answer any questions you might have.
Councilmember Bana.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for the presentation. I am familiar with the work of SOS, and I really appreciate all they do for the homeless. My question is mostly for the city, for ourselves. Do we have a plan to address homelessness? It's very nice to provide showers to them, you know, to help them clean up the trash. First of all, how much of the trash is from the homeless encampment? So it's a cycle. Instead of addressing the issue, what are we doing here? And a question on the side, does the city audit its nonprofit organizations?
So we'll take the questions in order that you asked. I don't know. So in terms of our long-term vision to address homelessness, we are planning a presentation of the draft homelessness strategic plan to the council for input and feedback. We've had a steering committee. We've had interviews, both people with lived experience as well as service providers supporting the unhoused. So we hope to bring that and work with the council to develop that 5-year vision, which right now does include a myriad of different approaches to the issue. One is, you know, sort of improving the quality of life issues at the encampments now. We're continuing to apply for funding. We've received $4.8 million to provide some housing options. We've submitted an additional grant application this year requesting $8.3 million. We're working with service providers to expand. We know service providers have submitted for Measure X funding at the county level. And then, you know, we're working with the council as well as housing providers to create affordable housing opportunities, specifically trying to target and identify housing that is geared towards those in the continuum of care system, so coordinated entry units. So that isn't a different approach. And then, but the problem is big, and you know, we do think that it will take various approaches to the problem to really make a foreseeable impact.
I understand, but to me, some people say we should not say homeless, we should say unhoused. I think there are two different categories. To an unhoused person, you provide a house, they'll be happy, they live a life. To a homeless person, they miss that emotional context of life in terms of a home. So even if you give them a place, they may end up back on the streets. They may have mental health issues, drug addictions, trauma, so many other issues. So we need a wraparound service. I've asked before, I've never received a breakdown of the number of homeless versus unhoused. We can help the unhoused, and then the larger problem of the homeless that remains that we cannot, you know, quickly address. We need the county to support us and many other things. But I think at some point we need to look at the issue. How many people are unhoused? How many are homeless? how many NGOs are receiving budget from the city? How much are we giving them? Are they coordinated? What is the plan for us? And also just taking care of the homeless and cleaning their encampments wherever they are is not the solution. We've been in the rain season. Pretty soon we're going to have the wildfire season. It's a huge concern. The majority of fires in the city are being started by the homeless people. So we need to move them. It's just providing shower, and essentials, and wherever they are is not good. And people don't want that. They want them to be moved from wildfire danger areas. So I would like us to have a plan about all that. By the way, there is a major issue in District 4 because it's partly city, partly county. So the homeless people, daytime are in the county, nighttime, they go to the wildfire areas in the city. And when we asked, that the residents asked SOS, they said it's off limit. We cannot come to the county. We only serve the city, which is understandable, but the city and county need to have some cooperation. I mean, we cannot go on like this. Some people say that the volunteers who help them, they're not a part of city. The residents of city, they say we have over 70 homeless people just along San Pablo Dam Road in District 4. So my request to you is let us give them the budget for one quarter, 3 months until these issues are addressed. And also we need some performance measure from SOS. How many people moved out of homelessness? Just cleaning up the trash, Public Works can do that too. That's not the point here. When we give them jobs, are they also going through rehabs? Are they moving, bottom line, are they moving out of homelessness or not? Are they getting housed if they're unhoused or not? Are we working with the county to give them the wraparound services if they're homeless? So I think we need to look at what we're doing, have a comprehensive plan. We cannot address it. We cannot solve homelessness quickly. But at the same time, just having a good heart and spending money is not good either. It's not the solution. We need to have a compromise somewhere there between. That is why I'm suggesting let's approve the budget for 3 months and hopefully come up with at least some of those answers for the city, and look at the budget of all those nonprofits that we're giving money to at the same time, not one at a time. So we have the big picture in front of us and see what the city is doing. Accountability is very important for every penny that the city spends, especially when it comes to addressing such important issues, both homelessness and wildfire safety. I believe the majority of fires I heard from our firefighters are initiated by the homeless people. So we need to do something about it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin.
Yeah, I have a few comments on all this. I've been probably more involved than anyone on this council with the unhoused over the past 2+ years. And I mean, even before that, when the homeless task force started, I want to share with you some history and some clarifications. So first of all, I do not believe there is a difference in terms of how agencies view unhoused versus homeless. I mean, that preferred terminology is unhoused. And that means regardless of whether someone has been unhoused for a short period of time or a long period of time. It was always called homeless. At a certain point, people said, no, I have a tent, I have an RV, I consider that my home. So we, the agency, started referring to those who are unhoused with the terminology unhoused. Now, I think Jesus referred to how many people were moved into
homes as a result, into houses, apartments, whatever, as a result of SOS's work. I believe it was something like a couple dozen. They hire a couple dozen people, and right now they have, I think, 24 people hired. People come, people go, and they keep hiring. And some people move on to better jobs. That's the career-oriented positions, and that's the purpose of putting people to work in a startup job so that they can move on in their lives and also afford an apartment, a home, a shelter, a place where they can call their own, rental, or, you know, if some people could move into a home ownership, all the better. About a year ago, I brought an item to this council. It was basically a collaboration type item that had various nonprofits in contracts and subcontracts that were being proposed. This council, it became clear, and, you know, it seemed like a good idea, and I think it was, that we send out an RFQ instead for various services, so that it wasn't just put together based on one, you know, group having more of an edge than another group. So we put out RFQs, staff put out an RFQ for various services. And in this case, it's for workforce development and services. Other RFQs, I believe, are for housing navigation and for other associated work needed in terms of the unhoused. And SOS applied for the job of workforce development. They, through the RFQ process, and as stated by Jesus, our housing manager, they came out on top. And this was a process. This was a fair process. And we need to honor that process. I can tell you they've worked for something like, they've worked for a number of years, because before they even started having some city funding, they were volunteering, and they were moving forward with some small grants and with other from other sources. But I think it's been about 16 months that they've had some funding from the city, and their amount of accountability has been so much more than most nonprofit contractors with the city, because there has been so much of a light shined on this. They have sent receipts upon receipts. They have sent invoices upon invoices. They have tracked all their payroll. They have 24 people hired, unhoused members of the community that are hired to help them lift up their lives and help us in the city. Yes, pick up trash at encampments, but also in surrounding neighborhoods. They aid our public works department. They aid the unhoused. They bring the water, the showers. They bring the, they work with other nonprofits to make sure that food is available and other needs. They work with the county, making sure people are in the coordinated entry system. All this has been a regular procedure over the past 16 months and needs to continue to be a regular procedure, because yes, we do need accountability. I believe they have not only created a great accountability, but also transparency. They are very transparent in everything they do. So they have something like 21,765 unhoused employee hours racked up. And this was over I don't know how long, maybe it was a 16-month period. They have various people moved into, as I mentioned, permanent housing, and they also have the 502 tons of trash that were removed. So this kind of work that they do helps people not only provides them with quality of life and dignity while they're unhoused, but helps them move to the next stage of their lives. This is needed. Our strategic plan, I was on the steering committee that we'll get an update on that pretty soon. And I can tell you that this is one of the types of needs that came up again and again through the members of the steering committee. We need services to provide dignity to the community. Now, like I said, this has been, the former mayor has put out some negative things about almost every nonprofit that has worked among the unhoused, any group that was not something that he put forward. But I can tell you that the community at large appreciates what SOS does. We went through this process to make sure it was fair. They came out on top. This is part of our strategic plan. It will be coordinated with other parts, with the housing navigation part, with the Housing First. They work with Richmond Community Foundation with the Housing First program. Because once you get, as was rightly stated, once you get people into an apartment, they need those services. They need services they need the employment training services. They need the substance abuse programs. They need the mental health programs. SOS helps connect up the unhoused with the programs they need. And they work side by side with other nonprofits and with the county in order to make sure that people's next step in life is carved out in a very healthy and productive way. Their results have been extremely successful. They are just one group. There are other groups that will get other contracts based on the RFQ process, but it is truly unfair to do anything except give them this 1-year contract, which will continue the work they've already been doing, and without which all these, the vast majority of the money is going to pay the payroll, pay the paychecks for the unhoused people that work with as the SOS teams. They have 3 teams, the outreach team, the shower team, and I guess the streets team. I mean, Daniel Barth can fill in some of the pieces that I'm missing, but I work very closely with city staff and with our service providers. And I can tell you, SOS works really well with everyone, with city staff, with other service providers, with the community, and we really need them. So I understand that we have new council members on board who haven't quite seen the full scope of things that they have done and heard from them. And I just wanted to fill in a little bit of this history and to share with you how important I think it is that we approve this whole contract. Thank you.
For everyone's clarity, I've been watching the hands go up, and this is the stack. Councilmember Jimenez, Councilmember Willis, then Councilmember Bana.
Hi, thank you for the presentation and all the information that you provide for us to do that. First of all, I wanted to say that I am amazed by the ability that Councilmember Bana has to tie every issue to wildfire or fire. This is amazing. So another thing that I wanted to say with this is that one thing that I was glad that we did here, because I was really pushing for that, was that it was an RFP that wasn't a sole source, which we did before. And we wanted to make sure that it was more a transparent process and that other service providers could have the opportunity to apply. And I want to thank Lina and Jesus for the diligence of doing that and provide that information. I think like one of the things that I wanted to say is that unhoused issues are issues that we care about. And we know that a county is the one who gets most of the money. But over these years, because the rents increase, COVID, and all these issues, we have seen the rise of the unhoused population in our community. And we have a responsibility to respond to that for the entire community, right? And this is how we were able to allocate money from the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force into that, right? Into how we can really put a little bit of city resources into addressing these issues. And I think like what it has been here is that a lot of our communities are complaining about trash and a lot of other issues that because we have more unhoused populations in the city, that issues kind of like are more visible every year and every day as like we have seen the unhoused growing. I am very believer that we need housing. Like that is kind of like the end goal. Like we need to make sure that people get housed. And there are some different people in the unhoused community, some of them that won't need a lot of support, that with the house first, they can't do it, but with others will need more support. And this is what the coordination with the county we need, right? And so for me, I support these. And one of the things that I wanted to say also is that SOS brings a unique model in terms of the workforce, like really making sure that unhoused community are getting hired and getting work. So that is one thing. But I am going to say that also, as we continue, this is a nonprofit organization, and I think like we are putting these resources, city resources for them to do a service. But at the same time, I want to see more effort from them to apply for more grants and to diversify the source of funding so it can be sustainable over time as city council change or city council priorities change, so that the work continues. I see like Councilmember McLaughlin made a comment about that the majority of the money goes to street teams, but I see that there is a lot of also money in the kind of like executive director operation. And I just want to make sure that most of the money goes to the unhoused, to support the unhoused community with this great model of the workforce development. So if some allocation can be changed a little bit in terms of like seeing more of this percentage of that money going into workforce development more, that will be great. But rather than that, I support this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Willis.
Thank you. Now this conversation just brought up a question for me. We've just had a lot of issues with our previous council, a lot of arguments and everything like that. So I kind of get confused in some of the decisions we walk away making. We did approve like a separate contract with another nonprofit organization to do a transition for folks at Castro into housing, right?
Yes, we currently have two major contracts. One is with Way to Love, who is the project manager for the Castro Encampment Resolution Project. And then recently Housing Consortium of the East Bay for housing navigation and rapid rehousing work. So they're the ones connecting the residents to landlords and then paying their rent.
Okay. And in summary, when was that contract supposed to end with Castro. And I'm asking that in a context like, how we had to transition with Ryden Road. How's that going to shape out with Castro?
So our encampment resolution funding expires June 30th, 2024. We have objective to resolve at least the presence of people physically on the site by the end of June, so this summer. And then we do have funding to continue to pay housing through June 30th of 2024 and continue to provide support services after post-housing placement, and then restore the site to its original condition, which was the Bay Trail.
All right.
Dana, can you talk briefly, if I may, Mayor, about the other unhoused interventions? I think that perhaps Councilmember Willis was talking about, as for example, the funding we provided to RCF that's working with Collaborizing in Catholic Charities. So there's a couple of other intervention areas that the council funded. I don't know if you wanted that information now or it's in the weekly report.
It might be.
It's in.
Please finish your statement, then I'll go on with my comment.
Yeah, so thank you, Shasa. So the council also funded a Housing First program. And so we recently selected the Richmond Community Foundation, who will be the lead, and also an emergency short-term housing program. So if we needed a place for 3 or 4 days, that it would be a voucher program. So those were also funded through with the Richmond Community Foundation.
All right, yeah, because just thinking about this and talking about this multi-prong issue on how to deal with homelessness / unhoused, I was going to say it might be a good idea just to, at some point when staff has capacity and is able to actually do it, just kind of give us a report on how all that is shaping up so far, what are some of the accomplishments and some of the outstanding next steps, so we're all on the same page to just on like everything that's moving forward on the unhoused issue. And what I'll just say in terms of SOS is I remember that also when it first started out being a conversation at the Homeless Task Force meeting in 2017 and eventually actually launched into a real program. And I've actually gotten to know a few of the participants who were unhoused, homeless chronically, but they managed to get connected with SOS, build up a lot of job skills, and even were able to apply for other things to help get their life on track. So I do see a lot of value in actually investing in people who may not think it's okay to invest in themselves or may not even think about that, and investing in those skills so folks can be set up for life, and a reset button on how to take care of yourself and get out of an unhoused situation as soon as possible. So I do appreciate SOS from that. And I could even see the change in some of the participants and how they actually felt, like they actually felt better, more positive and excited. So when I hear somebody's excited about a program that's actually benefited them, it makes me excited too, and makes it a worthwhile investment. So I'll just conclude my comments from there. Thanks. Oh, and I'll conclude by saying, everybody, thank you for all the hard work you've been putting on this. I know it just intensified in 2020. You just kept on going and going and going and still going. So just thank you for all your hard work on this. I know it's stressful, so thank you.
Okay, before the next council member speaks, I want to thank the council members who have honored the fact that this first part is a question and answer session. I hope that we can remember that this is question and answer, and comments should be reserved for after public hearing. Councilmember Robinson.
Thank you. So I do worry about how we can address this problem, this issue, this challenge as a long-term challenge. And so I think that I saw the Facebook posts from SOS saying that they no longer had money to pay the staff and that they were going to clean up a site for free. And I started to think about, how the success stories of people being able to transition out and, move into housing and whatnot. It's like how they're going to pay their bills, how they're going to stay out off the streets. And so my questions have to do with where's the money that we're allocating to put these programs together coming from? Is it a long-term source? Is it a short-term source? Are we at a point where we really need to create a kind of a department or a body of work where we can assemble all these things together, because it is such a complex issue? So we can see all of the different efforts under one kind of budget and understand how we're allocating resources. And then, so those are two actual questions I really would like to understand, because it's painful to hear that folks that are, just pulling themselves out of a really tough situation are facing not having funds to be paid. And then the last thing is, could we make a requirement within this contract renewal that requests, mandates that SOS create some of that longer term infrastructure so they can diversify the funding stream? Because over 80% of the budget is coming from the city of Richmond currently. And, if anything happens here politically or otherwise, the first thing I think of is the people who are trying to transition, trying to change their lives, losing their source of income, losing their support. So those are my three questions.
So in terms of your first question, Councilmember Robinson, was where's the funding for this work coming from? So as Councilmember or Vice Mayor McLaughlin mentioned, there was about $1.3 million that shifted from public safety to unhoused related work. And so we are now in the second fiscal year where the council has provided that commitment. So a portion of the funds for this contract will be taken from that account string. But because there is a dedicated team at Castro, we're able to use the encampment resolution grant that we also got from the state. And so a portion of it will also be funded. Now it's very specific to the project. Like I said today, our goal is to resolve the encampment by this summer. And so that dedicated team will then no longer be needed as much as they are. We probably will still be doing post resolution cleanups, just because the site will be somewhat vacant, but generally they'll have a less team. So we are expecting some of the funding coming from that grant. Now, in terms of the need, certainly the work is expanding, and as part of the homelessness strategic plan, we did look at capacity of staff to be able to handle the workload that is being generated by the various contracts and to have appropriate oversight. So there are recommendations around staffing and trying to expand that. Certainly we're expanding our ability to do this work through contracts and nonprofits. So that will be a point of discussion within the strategic plan. And now I'm trying to remember your last question.
The last question had to do with trying to look ahead and encourage any contractors, not just SOS,
right.
but to have, diversified funding streams to go after more grant things, maybe to fund a grant, writer position or something like that, so that there's longevity and it's not just 80% of your budget coming from one source, which is very vulnerable, right?
Yeah, we could definitely work with the executive director, and I know RCF provides, a resource for nonprofits to help expand that ability. And certainly there's more effort and funding at the statewide level being targeted to this issue, along with employment and training. So we will look for those opportunities and share them with the executive director.
And this one last question, and then I'll leave it. Has city staff looked at longer term funding streams to kind of, I don't believe that this issue is going away anytime soon. It's a regional issue. It's driven by market, conditions that just seem to keep getting worse. So has city staff looked at ways to create a more humane environment for everyone for a longer term?
We are exploring options, and I think one of the areas we looked at recently was possibly a vacant parcel tax, which could generate some revenues. We are working with Just Cities and some students at UC Berkeley who are also exploring other options. So we will be bringing forward some recommendations to the council as we look at revenue generation, but we are looking at opportunities.
Do you know when you would be bringing forward those revenue generation ideas? Is it part of the draft homeless strategic plan?
That level of specificity is not in there. We have been talking to All Home, who helped fund a portion of that, and they're wanting to discuss with us a phase 2, which would look at some of these things deeper and help us actually develop implementation plans for several of the measures.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Cepeda?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to echo some of the comments here as well from my colleagues. SOS, thank you for the work you've done. I think it takes a village to help pick up our village and to give those services little by little. So my questions come from that point there. I want to, not sure if I heard an answer, and I know that we're throwing a bunch of questions at you, so we're sorry about that. I'm going to try to limit it. But Councilmember Bana asked a question about the audit, and I'm not sure if I heard an answer on that.
Now that I'm recalling, I didn't answer it. So I am not aware of any audits that we do with nonprofits. Now, as part of the contracting work, we do require the nonprofit to have insurance, business license, but I think what you're talking about is probably a financial audit, which we don't do. However, most are required to do a very similar process as part of their tax filings, but I'm not aware of any.
Well, staff are required to review and process all payments for services, and that they need to comport with the contract that the city council approved and that the mayor signed. So that is part of the standard operating procedure, is that for example, SOS submits an invoice and then staff reconcile the invoice against what's in the contract and then authorize it for payment. And the contract is executed once approved by the council. The mayor executes the contract on behalf of the council. So that's the administrative process. And I think we've talked a lot about the need for us to expand our internal and external support around some compliance issues, and we're currently working with HR to do so.
Thank you. And that question, and Councilmember Bonner, you read my mind maybe there, about the audit. As you know, I'm looking into the charter, right? And actually that's part of the charter. The charter says the city is supposed to be auditing our nonprofits that we're working with. So it's part of a section of the charter. So
yes. So what I've talked to a couple of council members, what we think is a viable strategy now that we've had some transitions in staffing is around a unit that focuses on contract compliance. And so we're going to be meeting and conferring with the bargaining units and going to currently what's required until is for those positions would be updated and brought to personnel board for approval. And so that is something that is in progress now, and that will be bringing forward to city council for approval in the near term.
So just to make sure that I understand correctly, you're mentioning about a person to be able to help do these audits?
Yes, contract compliance internally and externally, and then they would also work with the city's audit team as well.
Thank you. And then that question is not just for SOS. This is just, I happen to be reading the charter a lot often. And that was a question I had for all of our nonprofits, not just for SOS. It's going to be for everyone. So thank you for that answer. I'm glad that we're looking into it and that we're going to be complying with our own charter in the future here. Thank you.
Yes, and we're working with the city attorney's office to update the city's standard contract provisions. And so part of that will be, for example, a lot of the best practices that we have in our ECIA and Department of Children and Youth, where we verify that they've submitted and have they're currently in good standing with the Franchise Tax Board and so forth.
Thank you. And then I want to echo Councilmember Robinson. Thank you. I want to say Jimenez. Thank you, Robinson. Yeah, it's getting late. Councilmember Robinson, thank you. About making sure that maybe in the RFP process, we asked there to have diversifying their funding. And it sounds like we don't already ask that. Is that correct? Again, just to make sure that for the viability of the nonprofits that we're working with, again, not a reflection of SOS, this is just general as we're looking to establish a process. And then with that there's a question in regards to reimagining public safety. There was 1.8 million in there. It was all that money spent. Is this funding that we're looking at this now from that? It looks like there's potentially not everything was spent from reimagining public safety.
I would have to double check, but I'm pretty sure we had rollover from the previous year because, you know, the contracting process took a while and just finding.
If I may, Lena, what we did was we reallocated what the council directed the first fiscal year to the subsequent year, the same exact dollar amount, because generally, unless it's a capital improvement project, contract dollars don't roll over. So we reallocated the same amount the council originally requested and it was adopted in our current fiscal year 22-23. And so that was how we supported the city council's policy direction regarding these various programs.
So as of today, have we spent everything that was in the current budget?
No.
So this
not that I'm aware of. I can tomorrow, before, hopefully tomorrow, but if not before the end of the week, provide the city council with an update.
So anything that hasn't been spent. So I'm just trying to figure out if this is coming from which bucket it's coming from. Is this a brand new bucket of money that we're looking at? Or are we maybe looking at something that has not been spent from the 1.8 that we need to be utilizing that money?
It's a combination of general fund dollars as well as the grant dollars. And it's in the fiscal impact section of the staff report. And so what will happen is that what departments do is when they have a procurement that rolls over fiscal years, like this is proposed to do, then they will budget in for next year the dollar amount that they need for this specific contract for next year. So that's how that happens. But this will all be part of your allocations for fiscal year 23-24 will be the things that we will be discussing in more detail in May. But there's always staff always apply and reallocate money when need be between the fiscal years, but it's not an automatic rollover. You have to get a new appropriations.
Okay, then I'll look for getting that. I just want to make sure which bucket it was coming from and if we're using all of the money and if this was coming from it. So
yeah, we actually, it's okay if we don't use all of the money actually, because if we don't use, we want to make sure that we have good programming and that the staff can effectively administer things. And so what's been really great about this process is we've been wrapping up and deploying things as needed.
no, and I agree. Hopefully one day we spend zero, meaning we have everybody housed and no longer using our services. But until then, I just want to make sure if we're rolling the money over and if we're putting more money into services, where it's coming, which buckets it's coming from. Because if we're already allocating 1.8 million and we're allocating a lot more, just trying to understand that. So thank you. No more questions for now.
Thank you. Do we have public comment?
Yes, we do. We have one in-person speaker and we have a couple of speakers. Well, the list is growing now online.
All right, let's share them.
Okay. Jamin Parcell.
Which of these mics? Just both. In this world, generous people have no money, and those with money are not generous. Since 2020, California's overall unhoused population has increased by 6%. Solving the unhoused issue requires regional support and cooperation. At its heart, California's unhoused emergency stems from a long-standing shortage of affordable housing. That is the solution, and SOS and Way to Love are keeping people's heads above water while they wait for those homes to become available. We are still leaving a pandemic that has sent many people living paycheck to paycheck into chaos. We need people willing to do some of the hardest work, and they have stepped up and they are doing their best. I'm upset by the dehumanizing rhetoric coming from some members of this council. The idea that the unhoused should be shoved around or contextualized as a nuisance is outrageous. The whole state of California is having an unprecedented levels of unhoused. The unhoused should not be used as a scapegoat, like being called a fire hazard or saying they are beyond help. No one is beyond help. That only serves to continue fear-mongering and alienation in our community. I fear that while fear can get people elected, it shouldn't manifest as a way to be able to swath a whole group of people as not a part of our community. These are our community members. No group of people should be used to justify discriminatory policies or politics. And I want to uplift the suggestion of Councilmember Robertson that the city should create a department or some way to address this issue in an ongoing way. Because this is not a new issue, but it's an essential human issue that needs to be addressed. I hope as well we are willing to reach out to our new congressman to try and see if we can get a housing first program. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have 4 speakers via Zoom. Those speakers are O'Neill Fernandez, Deborah Small, Tarnell Abbott, Randy Scott, and Menard. The first speaker is O'Neill Fernandez. Please unmute yourself. And you may begin.
Hi, I'm O'Neill. I'm an unhoused that's lived for 5 years on the streets. Me and my wife went from tent to Castro RV encampment. We both have a beautiful 8-month-old daughter. We live in a house now. It's been without SOS, I wouldn't be where I'm at. I'm now a full-time employee with Lifelong Medical as a health ambassador, 40 hours a week. Medical, I've never had that in my life. I'm a year sober. I've done so much things in my life, and I hold all that credit to what SOS is empowered me to do. You know, I started out with like we do with many of our employees, is like I had 9 hours, you know, cleaning up the Castro encampment that I once lived at. Then I became a team leader and progressed, and when we did the outreach, and I mean, without SOS in the community, I don't see what a lot of these other service providers that sometimes struggle. Sometimes the other outreach people struggle with getting that relationship. Well, because our staff is from those encampments, we have that friendship, we have that relationship. That we went to Riding Road, for instance, there were people that didn't want to talk to any of the other outreach. They wanted to talk to us, and we were able to help them into those other outreaches, comforting them to go talk to the other people. It's without them on the streets, and I can't wait to hear some of the other people, because we've all came from those bottoms that some people called, or that unhoused or homeless or whatever you want to call it. But without SOS, a lot of us wouldn't be where we're at or going in the direction. And then before I end, I just want to say one thing. I hear just shower. Would you hire someone that didn't just have a shower? So it's a lot more than just the shower.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Deborah Small. Deborah, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Yes, good evening.
My name is Deborah Small. I'm a Richmond resident and a member of the Richmond Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force. I want to first thank SOS for the tremendous work that they've been doing, providing services to our unhoused population. The problem of homelessness is not a Richmond problem. It's not even a California problem. It's a national problem, and it's going to require a national solution. But I am very proud that our city has taken on doing what it can to provide better conditions for those people who find themselves unhoused due to no fault of their own. I think that it's unreasonable to expect nonprofit organizations to solve the problems that government cannot solve. And that's true whether we're talking about the problem of people who are unhoused, whether we're talking about the problem of substance abuse, mental health, adequate education, decent wages, etc. These are societal problems that nonprofit organizations work to try to alleviate and minimize, but cannot solve on their own. And quite frankly, we've seen our government has been somewhat ineffective at doing that. So we shouldn't expect or hold nonprofits accountable for solving those problems. And finally, I just want to point out that of the money that was allocated for unhoused interventions, the 1.8, there's still 1.2 that's available. So my hope is that the funding for SOS can come out of that pot, that it'll be sufficient to cover them for the next year, and that our city will continue to invest in supporting those people who are Richmond residents who happen to be unhoused. Good evening.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Sorry, Tarnell Abbott, Richmond resident. I really would like, I really appreciate what the prior speaker just said. And my sentiments are the same. And a big thank you to SOS for the work that they've been doing, and for the members of the council who have been helpful in this regard as well. And I know it's a complex problem, and I just want to throw out there that there is still a need for places where people could camp safely. And there is I think it's a city parking lot off of Nevin near the post office, right across from the Social Security building, that there's never any cars in. It's a structure that is just sitting there unused. And I wonder if that could be used in some way, not as a solution, a long-term solution, but as a safe camping area, perhaps. Anyway, thank you so much. I hope you approve the contract for a year. Don't kneecap a program that has a good track record.
Thank you. Next speaker is Randy Scott. Randy, please unmute yourself and you may begin. Randy, please unmute yourself and you may begin. Okay, we'll come back to Randy. Renard, please unmute yourself and you may begin. Renard? Okay. And that looks like the last speaker that had their hand raised when the list was called.
Okay, so that's it for speakers. Okay, it's time for comments. Council, Vice Mayor Proclamations, Council Member Jimenez.
I just want to present some clarifications. First of all, I want to say I am very passionate about this, so it probably is coming out in how I'm speaking here, and I don't mean to in any way make anyone on this council feel that they aren't participating and have the goodwill for finding solutions, because I think we all do.
But because there's been so many starts and stops over the past couple of years, it's been rather frustrating. So excuse me if my emotions or passion kind of comes through. I'll try and make my clarifications in a very calm way. First of all, I want to say that part of the money, and this may have been said, but I may have missed it, is coming from the Castro Encampment funding. So some of it is from the Reimagining Public Safety money, and some of it because SOS does work at Castro. The Castro Encampment funding could only be used for work with the residents, the unhoused residents at Castro. But whatever work they do at Castro can be taken from that fund. So it's a compilation of a couple different funds. I also want to mention the idea of this situation being regional that is so true. I know I have worked with council members and the mayor of Berkeley, as well as El Cerrito, and we're trying to come together with some regional solutions as well. But in the meantime, we do need to provide some dignity and some support for the 1,000, I think it's about 1,000 unhoused members of our community that are out on our streets. I also want to state about the diversifying. I can tell you that SOS has said this to me over and over again. So they are right in line with what council members have suggested, that they want to diversify. They are already diversifying. They have, as has transparently been stated through this agenda report, that they have 244,000 in outside sources. They want to do more. That is their goal, and that is what they will be working on, in addition to providing the services that this contract requires them to do. I also want to state that I know, and I mentioned this to Councilmember Jimenez just on the side just now. I think some of the confusion about executive versus unhoused staff can be explained. First of all, the executive director, I think, gets a very modest salary compared to other nonprofits. And, I think he does it as a mission, as he has for the last, several decades. But a lot of the other positions that state leader or supervisor, there's field supervisors, there's team leaders. These are unhoused individuals who have been promoted to a higher position, which is part of the model. So I wanted to share that. So I do believe that this funding is going for the large amount of it, the largest amount of it, to the unhoused. There's also funding for equipment and for, various materials they need. So basically, I think that's all I wanted to say. I am very excited to keep this moving. It's very much part of the strategic plan. I know some of us will be going to Texas to view their solutions, and I look forward to bringing some learning experiences back and incorporating them into our plan and our vision going forward. But I believe that this is a piece of it that will remain, providing workforce development, cleanup of trash and disposal, mobile showers and laundry, portable toilets and drinking water, outreach to address local situations. I'm reading right from the agenda report, workforce training and job opportunities, and building that community of the unhoused, working with other unhoused members to build relationships, to have people know that they're valued and they need to work, yes, to better their lives, but they are part of a community. And I heard what Mr. Purcell said about how they are part of our community, and we need to be inclusive. And inclusivity, and we talk about inclusivity a lot, and rightly so, but that needs to be included in that word there's the unhoused community. So I want to make sure that this goes forward. So I know there's other people who have
their hands up for discussion, but I'd like to get a motion on the table as you continue to call on people, Mr. Mayor. So my motion is to support or to approve the contract for SOS in the amount of $38,693.59 and is for a 1-year contract. Ms. Valesco, is that correct? That it's a little different than what's on there. Okay, for March 28th, 2023 to March 28th, 2024. So that's my motion.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Vice Mayor McLaughlin, seconded by Councilmember Willis. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say that, thank you so much, Councilmember Robinson, for the question that you asked and the point that you make about sustainability. I think what we have been doing by moving these resources and the reimagining task force and the reimagining public task force is to be able to make some of these programs sustainable over time, right? And yeah, this is a little bit of, it's not like maybe council member will change and that could jeopardize the sustainability of all these programs. So for me, the question is, how do we make this a permanent thing for the city of Richmond? That even if other city council comes, it could be a difficult thing to change it because it's embedded in the infrastructure, it's embedded in the goals that the city has been doing. I'm just thinking about Obamacare and how when change and Trump tried to, it was difficult. And it was difficult because it shows how important was for the community, how that. So I just want to think about how all these things that we are trying to make more permanent that are now, that has been a real political battle. And I think I'm glad that we have a new city council and these conversations are more friendly and more thoughtful than just put the devil or saying things that are just to advance a political point of view, but it's more about how we make sure that we, as city councils, are putting resources so we can support the unhoused community and the unhoused residents that are part of our community. So I want to just kind of like think about that so we can really make sure that there is sustainability for those who are working there, for those who are receiving the services. So thank you.
Councilmember Bonner.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Vice Mayor McLaughlin for the note about getting emotional versus rational. I hope we can continue the discussion in a rational way that benefits all of us and it's the best use of our time. I'm surprised that my word was twisted. I started by saying that I do support the work that Daniel does. I've been in touch with him. I know his work closely, and I told him that I support his work. My question was about the city and our responsibility, and I would like to repeat that. We need to know how many nonprofits we have. Are they coordinated? From what angles they're addressing the solution? And I'm inviting your ears to please be open and hear the intent and the right question rather than getting emotional and just opposing whatever I question. I'm here to find a solution with you too. We should be able to work together, and I would appreciate collaborative listening. Having said that, I have good news. I heard from our county supervisors that they're considering a housing measure. Apparently, City of San Jose had it, was very successful, and the county may have something. So I hope we don't have a permanent solution because we won't have a permanent problem, hopefully. But we need to have some sustainability and that may help. So my question was also lost in the sense that my district, District 4, does not receive any of the services by SOS. And I explained to you because it's partly city, partly county. If you look at the map of city of Richmond and any of the documents that's printed, even in the city, if you go, District 4 doesn't even show. It's not considered a part of Richmond. Its issues have always been either ignored, neglected by both the city and county. If I'm sitting here today, thanks to district voting, but also me personally, I'm here because wildfire is a major issue for the people. And I understand why the rest of the city doesn't care, why the presentation by the West Contra Costa Fire Safe Council being postponed for 6 times, but it's the most important issue. That's why they voted for me. I see people tapping into their 401k to make their house fire resilient. So it is important. But back to the issue of SOS. I would like to ask Vice Mayor McLaughlin to please consider adding a friendly amendment that SOS jurisdiction include El Sobrante.
I would be happy to include that. I actually think there are some showers that go out there. So I think they do serve that to some extent, but I certainly would be happy to include that in the motion.
Councilmember Cepeda and then Councilmember Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to give thanks to SOS as well. As I'm sitting here and hearing other council members, I remember you helped out with an individual in the Castro Road a couple of months ago. I was there and I happened to meet an individual there. And we were having a conversation and he was telling me that he used to be a Boilermaker and life just turned on him and he ended up living out of his car. SOS then helped drive him over to the trades so that he can apply. I helped get him that appointment there and SOS drove him over and we're still working to try to get him off his feet and into a permanent job and a good paying job. And the funny thing is that he could almost literally walk to work if Chevron wants to hire him again one day. Not that he worked there and not that he wants to work there again, but that's what his trade was. So thank you for driving him there. And also there was a hotel in Emeryville that reached out to me and they wanted to donate their bedding. They were redoing all of the hotel bedding. They do it every year or so. So it was fairly newish bedding and SOS drove over and picked up huge bags of bedding for individuals to use and also helped clean up a lot of other areas. And I want to just get some clarification on the motion. Two clarification points. One, it was mentioned that it was for a year, but I think the contract is for 15 months, so slightly over a year.
I know that's how it was. And I had reached out to the city manager and Lena Velasco. And I think they are saying now, from what I hear from Ms. Velasco, that they want to change that from March 28th to March 28th because it was a year budgeted from SOS.
Thank you. So then the what's on the agenda goes to June 30th, so it won't be June 30th. It should reflect March 28th.
That's correct.
Thank you for clarifying that. And then the other question, because Richmond, we got to own our land. I just want to make sure that when we're saying if we're including the friendly amendment to include El Sobrante, is it El Sobrante within the city of Richmond or El Sobrante unincorporated, which belongs to the county, so that we can then work with the county. So I just want to clarify that so that we know where we are.
Unincorporated, because the city is already covered by SOS, by the unincorporated, and it's so close. It's inseparable in terms of the issue of the homelessness. And as I told you, daytime they're here, nighttime they're there. So it should be included.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. And I'm not sure if we're able to help, I'll get some help from the county, since if we are going to be helping the county out a little bit, I'm not sure how much going into the county, but it'll be great to maybe get some of their assistance too.
Good idea.
Because, maybe we threw in the first pebble that should, help with the rest. If we're
It
going to be
would
going.
be helpful, respectfully, Mayor Martinez, if the council can clarify what their expectations are of City of Richmond staff regarding that friendly amendment, so that we're clear. We do have within community development, we have a housing division, and we have an interdepartmental team that is supporting interventions regarding the unhoused, because various staff from different departments are working on this. But it would be helpful for us to know this evening or in the near term how to effectuate what is being requested, if that's the pleasure of the council.
Why don't we just have city staff reach out to the county, as I know you do consistently, and see if they're maybe through Measure X or through some other funding, if they could make a contribution to this effort.
Thank you so much.
And just, if I can ask, the council, if it would be easier for us, it's just easier to remember a contract expires at the end of the month than the 28th. So I think our request would be to have the contract through March 31st, the end of the month.
Okay, I'll amend that. City Clerk, did you get that? So it's starting on March 28th, 2023, but it will end on March 31st, 2024.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. No more questions for me. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Robinson.
So I'm wondering if I can ask Vice Mayor McLaughlin if we could add another friendly amendment that would address the just capacity building of the organization. And I don't know what that looks like, but are there additional funds needed so they can get a grant writer? Is there somebody already on staff who needs more hours? What is the need there, and how can we put it into the contract and have a deliverable around it, around identifying and applying for additional grants to help to try to diversify the funding streams, so they're not so dependent upon a single source, so many people depend on them.
Right. I just want to echo that, in that I have heard almost those exact same words from the executive director of SOS, saying they want to move into a position of not being dependent on the city. So how can we put that in the motion, maybe to also include an encouragement to diversify,
or maybe ask the SOS to include, revise the proposal to include some line item that would address this particular issue, and then set a goal around it. I mean, I think they know their own situation better than we do. So
this is like a tight budget for all the payroll that they have to do. I don't know if they can eke out of this a grant writer, but we could say that they should find a way to, I don't know whether a grant writer is the way to go, or whether they have already.
That's why I was saying that maybe we could ask them to tell us how they would want to do that, and make sure that it's reflected.
Do we want to ask Mr. Barth to come up and respond to that right now?
Yeah.
Could you please?
What would be helpful?
Thank you. This one?
Either one, I think.
Either one. Okay, thank you. Thank you for having me come up. And so in answer to your question, of course, we need to have fund development. And it's not currently funded. And so it's just a tiny bit of context is that we've been a program of rebuilding together East Bay North for all of these 17 months. And so we haven't, and we've got our 501c3 in June of 2022. We haven't exercised it recently. Now, of course, we've been doing our own payroll as we're beginning to transition to our independence, which will begin as soon as we have our new contract. And then we are going to eke out as much money for building a management team, which is what we need to do. Because, we can only build so much with limited resources. So absolutely, we're going to try to find the resources to have a financial manager, to have an operations director, to have the leadership that are from the unhoused community, to have a fund developer. All of that is necessary. A director of programs eventually, as we continue to expand and scale and broaden our reach across greater Richmond, not just unincorporated North Richmond, not just unincorporated El Sobrante, but all of West County, greater Richmond, recognizing that people live on the margins of our jurisdictions and we need to be working between those margins and the railroad and Caltrans. And so we need to be able to continue to work interjurisdictionally. And of course, the fundraising has to be the centerpiece of that. And reaching out to those jurisdictions is important, and it takes work for us to do that. So I appreciate.
Can I
your
ask you,
comment.
like, what is it that you need in order to build that capacity?
Well, so the finite dollars, because I mean, is it appropriate for me to say that I only make $65,000 than what I've been making since the 1990s? I mean, the point is we've invested as much as possible into the unhoused employees, and we keep our management within a 2-to-1 ratio between the lowest and highest paid individuals. $18 is the basement. We'd like to see that raised. We can't do that without more money. We gave a budget that was as lean as we could try to do. That's why we kind of balked a little bit at the 15-month idea, because we need to continue to build the bread and butter. Happens to be the trash and the showers and those basic amenities. But what we really need to be doing is the work that you're talking about, getting folks the personal care and attention, as each of us know we try to do with the individuals who live there. So that means broadening what we do, which means we have to expand. And by expanding, we need to have more staff. So the fundraising is the core for that. And I just need to be able to build that within the management team.
What do you need? What do you need to build
Well,
that?
so
How would 20,000, I was just conferring a little bit with Councilmember Jimenez, if we added 20,000 to your contract for a grant writer,
course.
would that,
anything, of course, helps. And
and,
I'm not
and
going to
city
say no
staff,
to
is
any.
that?
I
It
mean,
may be-
even
I
if
just-
that grant writer is specifically focused on pursuing capacity building funds, like grants from San Francisco Foundation or other kind of foundations who have capacity building funds, because then you could get in.
Then we can match it.
Right, then you can start building that
right.
infrastructure and.
Sure.
you
So
know,
put
being
that
less
down
dependent.
as 20K for seed money to build diversification, where I'm all for that.
I was going to suggest, if the council would like, we're happy to, we understand, at least I feel like we have a sense of what you're looking for here. We're happy to bring back a contract amendment for your consideration for the additional capacity building, after we've had a chance to see what the market is for those types of services and have an amendment reviewed and developed by the finance department and city attorney's office.
Yeah,
If
just to
that-
make,
if-
can I make one more? Because I just want to finish my comments. So I just feel like that kind of investment in an organization that's having success is really important. Because if they're able to strengthen and grow and not be solely dependent upon us, they can actually continue to more deeply serve the community of houseless individuals without only or mostly the city of Richmond being the source. We actually get more work by investing in strengthening them and not just the direct services. So that was my final comment.
So
And-
I'm sorry.
I think it would be cleaner to have a separate contract for the
Yeah, so maybe maybe we leave the contract as is, and then with the direction to staff to explore how much such a grant writer would cost, and provide another agenda item at some point to add a certain amount for this particular nonprofit to build its capacity out.
okay.
No,
Right.
See,
it doesn't actually.
it doesn't work well for
No.
Councilmember Robinson. All right, would you rather us have it with the 20,000? Okay, let's stick with, okay. Yeah.
Of just single service times, and we know this issue isn't gonna go away in 1 year. We know that, and so let's take a little portion of that money and help them strengthen and grow so that, so that next year, or, there's a possibility of other money.
So let's stick
So
with
you
what
think-
was originally, the motion was to add 20,000 onto the contract for a grant writer.
So you think that waiting a week is too much of a burden?
I don't think it's a week. You said come back at some point in time.
Mayor,
Okay.
Martinez, I was just because we don't want to establish a precedent, I think, of like where we're negotiating a contract at the dais. So I was respectfully suggesting that if the council wants to move in this direction, that we can certainly approve the item tonight as is and do a contract amendment and bring it back at a subsequent meeting when we've had time to fully understand what the market is for the types of services they need, to position them the way the council is suggesting, and we can refine the scope of work in the contract to complete those objectives during the year of the term of the contract. And so that there would be reports back to the council on how they're doing with their progress, as was suggested from the dais.
And
I
I,
wasn't suggesting we stop. I was just suggesting that we can keep moving forward concurrently and then bring back an amendment.
can I, kind of like, we put a timeline for that? Because I
Yeah, we can do it in we can probably do it, hopefully by the meeting on April 18th.
Okay,
Yeah.
can we put that on the motion that by April?
Yeah,
18th?
so-
Okay, thank
So
you.
the motion is, as stated before, with the inclusion of, the understanding that staff will come back on April 18th, with an amendment to include whatever amount is appropriate for a grant writer or some kind of capacity building.
Does that include the friendly amendment by Councilmember Urbana?
Yes, that was
Okay.
part of it. Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion.
Motion by.
I
Vice
was
Mayor
the
McLaughlin,
seconder,
second by
so yeah,
Councilmember
I
Willis.
accept those friendly amendments.
Okay, so we have a motion in a second. Roll call?
Councilmember Urbana,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes,
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Thank you.
Next item.
thank you.
The next item is item AE3A. That is the appointment of Rachel Lober to the Community Police Review Commission to fill an unexpired term. Term expires November 1st of 2024.
Good evening, City Council. So I understand the procedure is to present and take questions from council and then hear public comment and then discussion. I'm not sure why this item was pulled, so if I could get a little bit of context, I would be happy to answer questions.
This item was pulled by the Interior.
Is it possible, I believe he is in the audience, and so I don't know if it's out of procedure to have him speak to this item at this time. I can also do a brief overview.
Can I ask a question about procedures? Because what I understood about people from the public to get the item pulled is that they had to be here, or this is what it was told for one of the residents when he was going to pull an item. They said that you need to be here.
He is here.
He is
So,
here.
okay, I'm sorry.
But in terms of procedure, my understanding is that unless there was I'll let Councilmember Willis go ahead.
Councilmember Willis?
Yeah, in the past, it was kind of like the discretion of the mayor and the council, like we could take an option to hear an agenda report or just go straight to the public speaker that pulled it, hear the concerns, have a discussion or vote on it from there.
If that would be okay with the council, and for the sake of time, I can speak more directly to the concerns of the person who pulled it and the public if I know what those concerns are.
Yeah, I believe that it would be best to hear from the person who pulled the item so that staff can respond. So,
Ben Terrio.
Good evening, Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. I pulled this item because we had concerns over the issue of the potential ethical and legal issues that may arise from a member of the Contra Costa Public Defender's Office. They do great work. They're necessary in our criminal justice system, and it's obviously no personal slight at all to the public defender. But we have concerns about the ethical and legal issues that may arise of a member of that office and their clients, and how they are licensed by the state of California through the state bar, what their obligations are, their clients, and then what they would do necessarily with Richmond police officers in their capacity in the Community Police Review Commission. That was all emailed to staff, to the city attorney, and that's our concern. We just wanted to make sure that there was a full legal review of it. The previous person that was, or 2 people ago, I guess, was put forward to this body for approval for the Community Police Review Commission was another public defender from the same office, from the same county. And that person did not even reside in the city of Richmond, apparently. That item was tabled and then subsequently removed. And then another person from the public defender's office was put forward. I don't know, obviously I'm not an attorney, but that's what was our request. Our concern is that there may be some legal conflict of review. And for us, on behalf of the POA, it was just, we wanted to make sure it was legally and ethically appropriate. And that's why we wanted staff to consider that. There was also some differences between what was redacted on the application and what was not redacted on the previous application. And so those were also concerns we shared with staff about whether, what are the appropriate things for redactions when it comes to community members submitting things, because that should be universal. There shouldn't be different types of things that are redacted, etc. That's it.
Okay. Thank you. In terms of redaction, I don't know when this other person was considered, but I think. And who does the redactions on those?
We do, so I can speak to that.
Okay. Yes.
No malice intended that we have 3 people in our office. We each process applications. We actually redact as a courtesy to residents, particularly if they're applying to more contentious boards. And so, we have a loose policy where we sort of yell across the office, what do you redact again? Oh, yeah. We can spell it out and do a template that we use, but generally we try to redact references. And these are all available. We can send them along, but we do it for if they provide emails and phone numbers of references, their place of work, so that they don't get harassed. And things like that. And, we have heard of issues like that serving on particularly contentious boards in Richmond. So it's really for the protection of the residents and their references. But, happy to do a streamlined more, this is what we always do, but really just an oversight. In terms of the prior public defender that we appointed, also an oversight. We're a new office and new staff. There are some boards and commissions that require people to be Richmond residents and some that don't. We thought this person was a Richmond resident, realized they weren't, and so pulled it from the agenda, and that was sort of it. So a a little bit more clumsiness than malice here.
And from our legal, do you see any issue?
I don't know what the history of this is and whether it's been common that you appointed people from the public defender's office and whether that presented any issues. Certainly, if the individual was had some involvement in a particular matter that was coming forward, they'd have to step aside with that. As to it sounds like the city has not, you obviously set some standards with regards to certain sorts of commissions. So I haven't looked into it, but it sounds like you have not made being the position of public defender a disbarring position. So certainly if, as I said, if there was a matter that they were involved with where that the other question would be whether if the public defender's office was involved in a case, and even if this person was not, could there be something arising from the fact that their office was involved? That might be something you would want them to remove themselves from if there was that situation.
Yeah, I'm curious if it's the duty of the public defender to seek justice, to be to not be biased. So by saying that they're compromised, we're basically saying that they are biased, or and it seems like information that they might have would be beneficial to the deliberations.
In terms of the ethical standards, if they were involved in some way with the matter, there would be an issue. But generally, I wouldn't think there is a requirement that the person be removed because their office was involved, because their office, by its nature, is probably going to be involved in most of those sorts of matters. So obviously, the officers in the PD have some concern with it. And I think it would, at this point in time, it seems like if the city council has not made that a bar, then it's not an automatic bar, but it would be if we had a particular case that involved the particular deputy.
Thank you. Ms. Bashik?
I do want to lay out, the considerations that have gone into this appointment, because we did consider, the high stakes of a commission like this. So first of all, I just want to note that the only, and I'm looking at a few documents and I'll go through them. One of them is the ordinance that most recently updated this commission. I'm also looking at the boards and commissions handbook. I'm also looking at the applicant's application. And then I also looked at the conflict of interest rules around finances. I have more, but I'll start with those. So first of all, in terms of our adopted boards and commissions handbook, Ms. Lorber is a Richmond resident. She can therefore weigh in on the workings of her local police department as a member of the Richmond community. So that's the standard we've set forward in our boards and commissions handbook. Now, in terms of the goal of the Community Police Review Commission, reading through the ordinance and all of the documents that, the resolution, the most recent one, I'm going to paraphrase here, but the purpose of it is to provide police oversight, feedback on, department policies. The goal of our office, particularly in terms of boards and commissions that really impact residents' daily lives, is to provide a good mix of lived experience and subject matter experts. We've done that with the rent board, and that's a longstanding practice where, for instance, we seek out tenants and landlords and also, community members. On the rent board, it's been common practice to put on real estate attorneys and so on. With the understanding that as long as they don't have a fiduciary interest, which I'll editorialize here, but I think that's a really hard, when you're seeking expertise or lived experience, it's really, I don't really know a board where if those are the things you're valuing, you won't find some overlap with their interests and the subject matter being discussed. How do you have a landlord, for instance, on the rent board and say there's no ethical or financial overlap, or a tenant, right? Same thing here. If we're seeking out people to weigh in on police matters with lived experience, contact with the criminal justice system and awareness of how policing works in any way, I think you could really stretch the argument that they have some sort of bias against either the justice system or the police, or on the other side of things are too, abolitionist, as the case may be. The personal is political here. So, but, I'm editorializing. I also do want to direct everyone to note that when all boards and commissioners take an oath of office, they also do an oath of allegiance form, meaning that they're putting the members should represent the public interest and not special interest groups, and that they are there to reconcile contradictory viewpoints and build a consensus around common goals and objectives. Now, in terms of the Form 700, there are only 5 disqualifying financial interests, none of which are being a public employee. So, if there's certain things around business entities, real property income, so on and so forth. Now, the only thing that may have caused, and we can look into this, but the thing that may have caused is there is a government section code on incompatible offices. And that would be if you hold 2 public offices, and that's not immediately disqualifying, but if you hold 2 public offices, and if one of those public offices has a supervisory, auditing, or removal power. Fortunately or not, CPRC doesn't have removal power. It's sheerly advisory. And so, I believe it or not, this is not me fighting to the death on this, but, we have looked into this. We take it very seriously. Our office values the role of the CPRC and, want it to be a commission that is fair and impartial. We believe that attorneys in particular, are often held to more strict ethical standards by nature of their position than many residents. And so we have faith in, a public defender and Richmond resident that they can serve and bring their subject matter expertise to this really important subject. So.
Thank you. Do we have any questions?
I was going to make
Willis?
a motion.
No, I don't have a question. I was also going to make a motion.
We do have a public speaker.
Yeah, no, I mean, the only thing that really comes to mind, just thinking very, very generally, and part of the reason why we have a democracy and public forum so we can have discourse is because everybody has a bias. Everybody has a different lived experience. Everybody's going to bring something different to the table from multiple points of view. So that being said, I'll make a motion that we move this item.
I'll second it.
We do have one public speaker.
All right.
Now, public speaker is Deborah Small. Deborah, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Yes, good evening. This is Deborah Small, Richmond resident and member of the Richmond Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force. I will make my comment very brief. I find it incredibly ironic that Ben Terrio is standing up here as a member, a representative, head of the police association, saying that somehow it's unconscionable bias to have a legal aid attorney sitting on the Civilian Complaint Review Commission when he's been sitting on the task force for over 2 years and has never missed an opportunity to malign, disparage, criticize, obstruct, and otherwise undermine its work. So if it's not a problem for him to be there doing that, it certainly shouldn't be a problem to have a legal aid attorney on the CPRC. Thank you. I yield the time.
Thank you.
All right.
Louis Chacon.
Any other speakers?
Yes.
We have Louis Chacon, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Yeah, thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Council. I appreciate your time today. I'm just calling in support of Rachel Lober to be appointed to the CCRP. I trust that as a public defender, as a professional, she has a professional and legal duty to confidentiality, to recusing herself if necessary, to recognizing conflict of interest. And I trust that she will follow through on that as a member of the commission, who does take an oath to serve with high value on this commission. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And the last speaker is Eli Moore. Eli, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, Council, community. I think it's really important that the CPRC have members who have experience with the legal system, with interacting and seeing the police interact with residents, and have legal knowledge of really complicated issues of police accountability, use of force. And I think we've seen with various cases at the CPRC that they get really nuanced. They have closed sessions, they get mixed legal advice, and they're under a ton of pressure from multiple sides, and they're weighing complicated legal issues. And so having somebody who has worked as a public defender, who has seen firsthand how interactions with police go and the different tactics and behaviors is really an asset, and it's really necessary. And I think we can't pretend like the CPRC is, just advising on community projects. They play a really a pivotal role in some situations that have resulted in people's deaths and huge questions of justice. So I really think legal capacity is necessary, and I'm glad that this person has applied. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Okay, call the question. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Now, I don't know very much about this commission. I have my own. So these are questions to learn from. One of the speakers mentions, I believe I heard her right. She mentioned that possibly Ben Thurio serves on the board.
Another board, the task force, the Reimagine Public Safety Task Force.
Okay, but not on this particular one.
No, not on this one.
Okay. And then are police officers allowed to sit on this board?
They are not.
Even if they're Richmond residents?
Yes, because then they would be reviewing their colleagues, and they shouldn't be, and they can't weigh in on personnel matters of their colleagues.
Okay, thank you. And have we talked to the public defender's office to make sure that there's no conflict agency to agency? Because they might not know that their employee is trying to apply. I just want to make sure that, I don't know if we have like a courtesy between, like I know for my employer, and I don't work for another government employer, but they make me sign things as a public official to make sure that there's no conflicts at all.
No, so I mean, I'm happy to ask the applicant to do that, but the understanding is that this person would be serving on their own free time. So, even the mayor, believe it or not, doesn't get to dictate what I do in my free time as a community organizer. And I would imagine the same applies to this public defender. I'm happy to reach out to her to clarify that. And, it is also possible that if we put her on and then she, realizes that this is not, allowed by her job, that we can take her off. But that's a long way of saying, no, we have not coordinated with the public defender's office.
Thank you. Yeah, that would be a concern I would have, just to make sure. Again, I don't work for another public agency, but I do work for public agencies. And I have to sign a bunch of stuff just to make sure that there is no conflict of interest. So I'm thinking there, and Mr. Alshire is looking at me like he might have something to say or add to it, maybe.
No, the conflict of interest, the financial conflict of interest, it's situational. So I don't see that being an issue if you were using conflict of interest in a technical way.
Yeah, not necessarily financial, more of a other technical.
Well, we make statements of conflict of interest before every meeting. So I'm sure that that would be the same on commissions.
The commissions have to do the same thing?
Yes.
That commission, okay.
Yes.
Thank you. No other questions, thank you.
Then call to question.
Councilmember Bonner. Oh, I'm sorry, she's absent. Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Abstain?
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bonner absent and Councilmember Zepeda abstaining.
Thank you so much, council.
So, Mr. Mayor, can I make a motion that we extend the meeting till 11:30 so we've had these presenters stay here since the beginning.
It's 5 more minutes, but I'm sure we can extend the meeting now at this time, since that way we don't have to extend the meeting during the middle of their or at the beginning of the presentation.
Extend to 11:30.
Till 11:30.
Yeah.
I second.
Councilmember Bonner, oops. Councilmember Bonner is absent. Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes, but unfortunately, I can't stay that late tonight, but yes to extend, but I'll have to excuse myself.
Leave us behind?
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bonner absent.
Can you read the item into the record?
Yes, item AF3 is to receive a presentation from the Center for Biological Diversity and Biofuel Watch on the wood pellet project proposed by Golden State Natural Resources and its pollution exposure and risk to the community and the environment.
So, Mr. Mayor,
Thank you.
Yes.
with regards to this item, we've received a letter today from the Golden State Natural Resources concerning this agenda item. They basically say that this is a project that they are going to be proceeding with. They are concerned that a presentation that does not involve them could prejudice the attitudes towards this project. Their letter requests that this matter be scheduled a time when they can also participate and provide their viewpoint. So I just received this letter. Lena gave it to me this evening.
So, Mr. Mayor, this is not an action item. This is simply to receive a presentation. And these are from two really dedicated and hardworking and well-known environmental groups. This council has shown itself to have a long time commitment to the environment. We are not making a decision. We are simply hearing from some environmentalists who want to share with us. We often hear from the public. We often hear present from the public who has an issue they want to share with us. And we're here in this case with a couple of environmental group representatives who want to share with us their thoughts on what this item is, what this project, what the impact of this project could be. So I don't see.
All I'm saying is that and again, it says in this letter says that it's not even clear exactly what their permit is going to be. So I get your point that it's early in the process, but the letter suggests that these may be adversarial against their project and to have information presented. They're not saying, they also say in the letter that the more information the public has, the better. But they are simply saying that it pertains to their project, and they think that they should have the opportunity to also present information as this is likely ultimately to be a project that could come before you.
Can I make a comment? Because I think like we with the hydrogen, we have APIN and CVE presenting. And it was early in the process for us to understand the hydrogen and the projects that Chevron is going to do. And we did it. We did that. And now there is going to be, Chevron is seeking for some permits here and other. And we have a community organization like the Communities for Better Environment to present around the impacts of hydrogen plant and educate us. And I think I appreciate that we are being able to have this presentation so we can be more knowledgeable in terms of what a project of these could impact the resilience, the health, and the climate. Thank you.
I believe that anyone should be able to share their opinions with people who will be impacted. And I would be more than willing to give Golden State Natural Resources a chance to come and correct any misinformation that they might believe other people have presented. So I see no problem with letting people express their views.
It's your meeting. We received this letter. It should be a part of the record.
All right.
That they
Okay.
basically are objecting. I've shared that with you, and
yeah, you shared it with me right now as the presenters came up. When did you get this letter?
Like an hour ago. Lena handed it to me saying, I think you should see this. So I got it within the last couple hours during the meeting.
Well, do you care to read the letter into the record?
I mean, I gave you the essence of it. If you want me to read it.
Yes, yes, please.
Okay, the letter is dated March 28th. It's to Ms. Curl and Mr. Ailshire. You may be aware Golden State Natural Resources has been in communication with Richmond Community Development Department regarding a proposed export terminal facility at the Port of Richmond since November 2022 and anticipates submitting an application for appropriate land use approvals within the very near future. The proposed terminal facility is a key element of GSNR's Golden State Natural Resource Forest Resiliency Demonstration Project. We are consequently highly concerned to discover that the above item had been placed on the city council's agenda without any notice or to the project's lead agency, Golden State Financial Authority, and without any opportunity for the applicant to participate and respond. While the specific permit required for, so GSNR is the entity, for their proposed facility have not yet been determined, there's a significant prospect that one or more of these will entail a quasi-judicial approval by the city, which would ultimately be appealable to the city council. Hosting a city council presentation by project opponents outside of the public hearing process and without notice to the applicant and an opportunity to respond poses grave threats to the procedural due process and could undermine the validity of any decision the city ultimately makes regarding the project. GSNR is a nonprofit entity formed by local governments for the express purpose of promoting public safety, forest resiliency, wildfire risk reduction, air quality improvement, organic waste reduction, rural economic development, and related public purposes. We are governed by a board of elected county supervisors and conduct our own proceedings in accordance with the Brown Act and with every effort to promote full transparency. Our elected officials would welcome the opportunity to give a public presentation to your elected officials regarding GSNR's general initiatives and specific proposals for the city of Richmond. But we need adequate notice and opportunity to prepare. As a matter of due process, fairness, and comity, we request that the above item be pulled and deferred to a future agenda and reframed to allow GSNR an equal opportunity to participate, present, and submit materials for the council's consideration. We understand that any new project can be controversial. The city council is entitled to be fully informed regarding all proposals under consideration. And potential opponents are entitled to present their views. However, this must be done in a manner that is transparent and fair to all parties and does not have an unacceptable likelihood of prejudicially biasing the final decision-making against the project. The letter signed by Greg Norton, President and CEO. And there's a copy to Lena and Hector Rojas.
Thank you. This is just informational. It's a presentation. And the Golden State Natural Resources has an opportunity to make a presentation, and I welcome them to come to City Council and make that presentation. In terms of order of time, I don't really see that as being a problem. I'm sure, I've read an argument, and then months later, I've read the counter argument, and the counter argument was better than the argument. So so the counter argument changed my mind. So if Golden State Natural Resources has a better argument, they will be able to change my mind if there is a decision to be made. So I'd like this presentation to continue.
So I'd like to introduce the presenters. So this is an item that was put on the agenda by myself and Councilmember Zepeda. It's in his district, so he agreed to co-sponsor it and learn, as we all are going to learn, some of the aspects from these representatives. And they are Shay Wolf, who's the Climate Science Director at the Center for Biological Diversity, and Gary Graham Hughes, who's the Americas Program Coordinator at Biofuel Watch. And so I will just turn it over to you.
Thank you so much. I believe we have a slideshow that we had sent to the clerk prior, hoping that can come up. Okay, thank you so much. My name is Gary Hughes, and I am the America's Program Coordinator with Biofuel Watch. We'll try to be, pretty straightforward with this. Really appreciate the immense amount of work that the council's had this evening. I'll try to make a short statement kind of describing the project a little bit and sharing some what I believe will be very important information about the status of the California Environmental Quality Act review of this project. And then I'll pass it off to Dr. Wolf in order that she shares some information that is really specific to the port operations and the risks and threats of this project that the community should be aware of. Can we move on to the next slide? So, as we just heard from the letter, and we're learning now in Richmond about Golden State Natural Resources, is that Golden State Natural Resources is a not-for-profit affiliated entity of an organization that's called the Rural County Representatives of California. And this is a not-for-profit organization that consists of 40 counties throughout the state. There is a sister affiliated entity to Golden State Natural Resources, which is also under the umbrella of the Rural County Representatives of California, which is called the Golden State Finance Authority. And interestingly enough, the Golden State Finance Authority is also the lead agency on the California Environmental Quality Act review. Can we move on to the next slide, please? So it's important to recognize then that there are five directors on the board of directors of Golden State Natural Resources. They are supervisors of these 5 counties of Modoc County, Inyo County, Butte County, Humboldt County, and Siskiyou County. We can move on to the next slide. So this is, we believe, very important information, the actual status of this project. So we started tracking Golden State Natural Resources last fall, and then that we noticed in November 18th, that they had actually released a notice of preparation of an environmental impact report under the California Environmental Quality Act. And the comment for that scoping period, 30-day comment period, closed on December 19th, 2022. Golden State Natural Resources actually held 3 in-person scoping meetings. 2 were in Lassen County and 1 was in Tuolumne County. However, they failed to hold any sort of community engagement here in Richmond to get any information from Richmond residents or representatives of the jurisdiction as to what the environmental impact report of this project should entail. So we've been awaiting release of the draft environmental impact report, but then when listening in on the Golden State Natural Resources Board of Director meeting last week, it was mentioned that it seems likely that they may have to re-release the notice of preparation and that they will have to engage the community of Richmond in the actual scoping of this project, which means there is this chance that they're not going to go straight to releasing the draft environmental impact report, that because of the way that they've handled it thus far, that they're going to have to start the entire process over again. So we're waiting to see what will happen with that. And I think that it will be very interesting. And I think it kind of reflects some of the dynamics that were mentioned in that letter. Obviously, there is going to need to be a higher level of engagement with the community of Richmond about this project. Can we move on to the next slide? So just to kind of quickly make sure that everyone knows what's at stake, the Golden State Natural Resources project proposes to site and construct 2 new wood pellet manufacturing facilities, 1 each in Tuolumne and Lassen counties. The actual feedstock would be sourced from a 100-mile radius around each facility, basically harvesting any and all trees or vegetation, not just waste material, but full trees to feed these mills. The Lassen facility is proposed to manufacture 700 100,000 tons of wood pellets a year. It would be one of the largest wood pellet manufacturing facilities in the world. The manufactured wood pellets then, 1 million in total, when including the plant in Tuolumne, would be exported then to global markets. Can we move on to the next slide? Just to really kind of have a little bit of fun with this, but also to drive home the scale. This is not necessarily 100% accurate, but to get an idea of how much 100 million tons of wood pellets would really be. We can move on to the next slide. So the wood pellets, after being manufactured at these new facilities, would be shipped by rail to ports in the San Francisco Bay Area of Richmond or Stockton. But it's really clear that Golden State Natural Resources is very interested in Richmond, and the project that they're considering would require the conversion of the Levin terminal here in Richmond from exporting coal to exporting wood pellets. And then they would export these wood pellets to global markets to be burned in coal plants that are being converted to burning biomass. We can move on to the next slide. So what are wood pellets? Wood pellets are a product that are manufactured from trees, from forests. Oftentimes, the wood pellet industry will talk about waste, talk about branches or slash, but clearly to get the density that's needed for a wood pellet that will burn at the intensity that they're needing, it requires the round wood of trees. This slide includes a photo of a wood pellet plant in North Carolina. And as you can see, there's a fair amount of sawdust, wood chips, waste in many instances from other sawmill activities, but there are also full trees. We can move on to the next slide. And this photo is of a coal-powered generating facility in the United Kingdom owned by Drax Energy Group that has been converted from burning coal to burning biomass. And Biofuel Watch has a very strong presence in the United Kingdom. One of our founders is based in Scotland. I've been working for the organization here in California on a whole portfolio of work around the Americas, and we're in close contact with grassroots climate justice activists in Europe, in the UK, in Asia, and in Latin America who are very concerned about this trend. One of the things that really needs to be understood in terms of environmental impacts is that we were speaking of the density of the wood pellets, that they're far less dense than coal. And regardless of the imperative of our getting off of coal, what we are finding with the burning of biomass is that per unit of electricity, there are more carbon emissions from burning biomass than there are from burning coal. So I'll move on to the next slide here to kind of wrap it up really quickly, just to try to share with folks a little bit of our expertise from Biofuel Watch. We're here right now, we have environmental concerns, but we're also really committed to citizen engagement and community involvement on these issues. And this is why we go to such lengths to try to make sure that communities know what's happening around these projects, and also to make sure that communities can exercise their rights to be involved with these projects. So with that said, I'm going to pass it off now to Dr. Wolf in order that she can continue with the presentation.
Thank you, Gary, and thank you, Mayor Martinez and Vice Mayor McLaughlin and council members. I know it's late, and I will try and hit the highlights of the presentation that we submitted. So next slide, please. And once again, I'm Shay Wolf. I'm a scientist with the Center for Biological Diversity based out of our Oakland office, and we are a nonprofit. And I wanted to touch on the risks and threats from the Golden State Natural Resources Wood Pellet Project, and particularly focusing on threats to Richmond and the Richmond port, which, as Gary mentioned, that the project proponents has identified as their preferred port site for storing the wood pellets and then shipping them out to be burned overseas. And I'm going to touch on threats to community health and safety, environmental justice, climate, and forest. Next slide. And just to mention, the wood pellet industry has a very strong presence in the eastern United States. So we have a lot of information from on-the-ground operations there and from impacted communities there about what these projects entail and what the risks and threats are. And this outlines the different stages of the projects and the potential avenues for harm to communities, climate, and forests at different stages, particularly from climate pollution, air pollution, and fire and explosion risks. So, I mean, the project goes through cutting forests, transporting those cut materials, logs and other materials, often long distances to wood pellet mills where that wood is dried and shipped and compressed and made into wood pellets. And then those would be shipped across the state by rail to ports either at Richmond or Stockton, where those wood pellets would be stored. And then they would be put onto ships to be shipped overseas to markets in Asia or the EU or UK. Next slide, please. So I wanted to focus particularly on harms to port communities and to what Richmond may be facing from this type of project. And particularly wanted to highlight that storing wood pellets at ports, so they get stored in massive quantities in big silos or domes or some warehouses, that they pose substantial hazards for fire and explosion. And that's for two reasons. One is that those enormous wood pellet piles that are being stored are self-heating and they are prone to spontaneous combustion, so catching on fire within the pile. And secondly, kind of handling the pellets produces a lot of dust, a lot of particulate matter. That dust is very combustible, and so any kind of spark from machinery can, as OSHA noted, pose catastrophic fire and explosion hazards. And so there have been many fires and explosions at wood pellet mills, but also at the ports that have injured and killed workers, that have harmed first responders and harmed the local residents with air pollution from smoke and also from the dust from those operations. And this figure just is a map showing locations where fires and explosions had occurred at wood pellet facilities or ports in the eastern United States. Next slide, please. And so, as I mentioned, so the pellets would be stored at the port in large silos, often 50 feet in diameter, 65 feet high, holding several thousand tons of pellets. And fires in these storage silos and warehouses are difficult to detect early because the fire often starts in the middle of that huge pellet pile. They're difficult to fight. You can't use conventional firefighting techniques. Water is ineffective because putting water on those pellet piles causes the pellets to absorb moisture and form an impenetrable crust around that pile. And also putting water on it can cause production of hydrogen and carbon monoxide. And both of those, hydrogen is very flammable and carbon monoxide is very health harming and dangerous for first responders. And these fires have burned for days, weeks, or months, and they emit health harming smoke. Next slide, please. So I wanted to show you some real life examples, and these are just some two examples of many. This is a fire at an explosion at the German pellet storage silo in Port Arthur, Texas. And in April 2017, the pellet pile caught fire in a silo. It burned for 102 days. It sent smoke for months into the predominantly Black Port Arthur West Side neighborhood. And if you can see on the map, on the lower right-hand corner, you can see the red circle where that facility was, and then the neighborhood right there. And the top picture is a picture of the smoke coming out of the silo. Many residents were sent to a hospital. One woman was reportedly, she reportedly died from symptoms caused by the fire, and the silo collapsed in June. And during the cleanup process, a worker, Jesus Cuevas, was killed when pellets fell on his Bobcat machine and smothered him. And this is not the only incident at this facility. There was one prior to this, or several prior to this. Then the facility had to close for 18 months to clean up, rebuild, and become supposedly safe. And then in January 2020 and October 2022, there were significant fires at the same facility. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to illustrate one more example of this at the Port of Brunswick, Georgia. And this example is in May 2021, and that picture shows what happened, a massive fire and explosion at a wood pellet warehouse. Firefighters tried to go inside, put out the fire, but a second explosion happened, pushed them back. More than 100 firefighters and police officers responded, and they had to, not all of them, but there was firefighter presence for weeks to put out spot fires that were kind of continuing after that. The warehouse collapsed and it sent heavy smoke into the neighborhood. And I want you to look at that map again, and the red circle where that silo is, and then the neighboring community right there. So that smoke got into the community again, really harming people's lungs. And this, once again, was not the only fire at that warehouse. It had previously, 2 wooden warehouses had burned down. They rebuilt this aluminum warehouse. There were 4 smaller fires at the aluminum warehouse, followed by this massive fire just described that took down the warehouse. So once again, problems, rebuilding, promises that nothing bad will happen again, and then more fires and explosions. Next slide, please. So I just also wanted to highlight environmental justice harms for communities and workers, and pointing out that the port community in Richmond, the census block closest to the Levin terminal, has a already high exposure. I mean, I know you know this, to particulate matter, high rates of asthma and low birth weights, and high rate of cardiovascular disease, high poverty rates in a majority community of color. And so, there's this recent victory in Richmond of phasing out the storage of coal and pet coke, which has this kind of toxic dust. And this project would be trading one problem for another, to be now storing wood pellets, which also have a lot of health harms and fire and explosion risks. Next slide, please. And I just wanted to highlight some of the health risks from a project like this. There are a lot of particulate matter that comes out from the pellet mills and from burning the pellets over for energy, a lot of different pollutants that are linked to diseases. And there's also pollution coming from the increased truck traffic that would bring the logs to the pellet mills, and increased rail and ship traffic. Yes, bless you. And then particularly for the ports, there's a lot of dust that is associated with the handling of the pellets, and a lot of dust at these storage sites at the ports. And there was an example in Wilmington, North Carolina, of a port storage silo where there was like a power failure, and the kind of equipment, filtration equipment failed and sent plumes of dust into the community that covered homes and cars. So from that incident. Next slide, and I'm cognizant of the time, so I'm going to try and speed through this last few. Gary already mentioned this, but woody biomass energy, burning these pellets for energy, is really climate damaging. It's not a climate solution, and burning wood for energy is more polluting at the smokestack than coal. Next slide. You'll hear a claim that this biomass energy is carbon neutral, even if it's polluting at the smokestack. Tree regrowth will soak up, eventually over time, carbon dioxide, and that's been solidly debunked by science, many scientific studies. So now, the kind of bottom line is this project would worsen carbon pollution at a time when we really have to cut global emissions and to limit the worst damages of the climate crisis. Next slide. And so it's a triple hit to the climate. It's increasing emissions, decreasing our forest carbon sink, and soaking up subsidies that could be allocated to real wind and solar and low carbon, real climate solutions. Next slide, please. And then the last, I think, just two final points I'd like to make is that the project proponents will tell you that a big motivator for this project is that logging and thinning forest, it will reduce wildfire risk and protect communities. And a large body of science and on-the-ground experience has refuted that the logging and thinning forest is not effective for reducing wildfire intensity or protecting communities. What works to protect communities is work right on the homes and structures, called home hardening, to make them more fire safe, and work right around those structures, not logging forest. Next slide. And finally, just a reminder that this project would also be harmful to our forest ecosystems and wildlife. It would remove trees within, of any type of size, within a 100-mile radius of the pellet mills and harm sensitive species, cover 18 national forests. You have to, 100 million metric, it would produce the 100 million metric tons, or has the capacity to, of pellets per year. So you have this need to feed these pellet mills. So it incentivizes increases in logging, and these pellet mills are we're close to a lot of our treasured places. So there's a lot more I could say, and I really appreciate your attention at this late hour, and I will finish there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the presenters. This has been very, very informative, and I think we'll have the option of looking through the PowerPoint on our own, and perhaps we can reach out to you if we have questions and such. I know I have your contact info. I do want to ask Mr. Mayor if we always have to have public comment, and there might be, I know we would need another vote to extend the meeting, but I don't know how many public speakers we have.
There are 2 in person, and it looks like it's 2 online.
2 in person. I guess I would like to ask if the council would indulge in just to take a vote to hear from the public speakers and then adjourn.
I second that.
And this is the reason why I knew we were going to go late, and I wanted this topic to be, people are sleeping. I think it's very important that we maybe represent it again, because people are sleeping, and I'd rather have you guys be at the beginning. And I know that I already have a list of questions, and I know about this topic already from before. So if we do extend it to hear the public comment, but then if we can bring it back again before we make any comments, or maybe we stop it at public comments. We don't make any, and then we bring it back.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. If the presenters would be willing to come back at some point, I mean, we could determine when that time is, maybe with a more condensed version. So, but mainly for questions and such.
Yeah.
If we hear public speakers, we'll have to close.
Right after.
So that means that if we bring it back, public speakers won't be able to speak.
Is that correct, City Attorney? This isn't a public hearing.
No, I mean, I think you can put this on the agenda as many times as you want and handle it in whatever way.
Okay.
Should we
So-
vote as to extend?
The motion is to suspend the rules and extend until to hear the public comment.
That's right.
Okay. Councilmember Bonner is absent. Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis is absent, Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bonner and Willis absent. Should I call the speakers right now?
Yes.
First speaker is Janet Johnson, and followed by Jamie Purcell, and you'll each have 2 minutes.
Good evening, or almost good morning. Mayor and Council, thank you very much. I'm Janet Johnson. I'm a Richmond resident, former organizer with No Coal in Richmond, now coordinator with Sunflower Alliance. No Coal in Richmond pointed out the dangers of airborne fine particulate matter posed to Richmond kids and their families, and how so many of us suffer from asthma and other pollution-related health conditions. We even found data linking PM 2.5 to cognitive development problems, among many problems. We're grateful that the council adopted the landmark coal and pet coke legislation and then negotiated a good settlement with the Living terminal after they sued. However, instead of exploring healthier alternatives to coal, the terminal is now embarking on another toxic venture, exporting wood pellets. It's hard to imagine they're not aware of climate change. Or maybe they just don't believe it's going to affect them or their kids or their grandkids. We all have a right to clean air, clean water, and a safe place to live. The Levin Terminal and Golden State Natural Resources do not have the right to pollute our air and create hazards simply because they want to make money. Thank you.
And the next speaker. The next speaker is Tony Sostek. I'm sorry, do you have more public
Yes,
speakers
I
in
do.
person? I'm sorry.
Yes, I do. Okay, we have one last speaker, Jamie Purcell.
A lot of my points have already actually been emphasized, but I want to really point to three things. One, I'm surprised that we have finally an issue of fire here in Richmond again, and yet it is not going to be addressed by perhaps the people who are most attentive to that. But I really am concerned because we have had explosions within the city in the past. We have had it be consequential, and we no longer have Doctors Hospital. We no longer have the respiratory units and the cardiac units that we once did. And so even more so, we should be attentive to the health and safety risks to our residents. I will say my other point that I will focus on is actually that one of the things that California really has struggled with is that it likes to export everything good in it. We do that with our water, while when we grow most of the crops that go to across the nation and across the world. And we are now looking at a new scheme to be able to steal the wood from California and be able to take that organic biomass, which is what is used to create the habitats that exist within our beautiful forests, within the Yosemite region, within the regions up in the Sierras, that those are the things that animals live and thrive on. And it is being sold under this idea that it is going to prevent wildfires. But as we have heard from the presenters and from many others over and over, thinning doesn't work. Western ideas of fire management has failed. There are many practices that have gone long within the history of California, but thinning has never been it. It has been good fire. It has been contained fires. It is about making sure that we do not lose that biomass, and it is instead just transformed.
Go ahead, Sabrina.
Okay, our speakers are Tony Sostek, Sarah Thies, and Lisa Johnson. Tony, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Yes, good evening again, City Council, Mayor Tony Sostek, Richmond. One of the points that could be thrown on top of the ones that have already been made is this will tend to encourage replanted forests to be literally just one species and something very fast growing. So we don't even really get a chance of getting usable lumber out of what may arise out of this over thousands or millions of acres. And the point that Jamin just made, the regular burnings that used to happen in the California wildscape would recharge the soil with the acid. So as Jamin said, we need that biomass that's left behind, the branches, twigs, leaves, etc. We need that, and the trees need that, and the climate, and it needs to be recharged. The other thing about this is, this literally is a smoke and mirrors thing. The amount of, I couldn't help but think about the Zeneca project and the DTSC telling us that, oh, we can't haul this stuff away. We're going to make all this diesel pollution. Well, what are we going to do with this stuff? Hauling it all around the state and then all around the world. But anyway, the other thing, of course, is that the return in energy compared to what will have to be put into it is really going to be massive. And like some of the other biomass schemes, where to get a gallon of ethanol alcohol, you had to burn a gallon of diesel oil in a tractor and combine to get it. This is literally smoke and mirrors. So good night, folks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sarah Thies. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, thank you for taking comments. I will only add, because so much information, you've already heard it, is that the whole idea of that you cut down trees and then you replace them, and then that's okay in terms of climate, the climate situation is just a false one. I mean, we need to reduce. We can't and keep, you know, the resources that we have. So that's just like a basic premise that the company seems to be operating on, and it's a false one. So thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. I'll keep this short and sweet. I just want to thank Vice Mayor McLaughlin and Council Member Zepeda for putting this on the agenda and bringing it to the public's attention. And thank you for continuing the item to the future, since it was heard at an hour in the evening, which most people unfortunately weren't able to hear this. So thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Thank you. Public comment is closed and the meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.